दीपं ज्योतिर्बलं ब्रह्म दीपं ज्योतिर्जनार्दन दीपं मे हरते पापं सन्ध्यादीपं तमोऽस्ते।
नमस्कार और आदरणीय कुलगुरु प्रोफेसर नंदा जी, प्रोफेसर पी.के. साहू जी, डीन आईटीआई, प्रोफेसर सुनीता चांद, हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट, आज के चीफ गेस्ट प्रोफेसर एस.एन. गौड़ा जी, आईआईटी खड़गपुर, प्रोफेसर मणिया दास, कंट्रोलर ऑफ एग्जामिनेशन, एसओआई, प्रोफेसर पी.के. साहू जी, प्रोफेसर पी.के. नंदा जी, प्रोफेसर अब्दुल नारायण जी, convener of the conference, Professor S.R. Israel, my dear faculty members, students and past friends. मित्रों, हम इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में 2019 से एक बहुत इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है, जैसे को-ऑर्गेनाइजर है, और इसकी वजह है एक मेरे मित्र हैं प्रोफेसर S.R. Israel, वो बहुत अच्छा रिसर्च का काम करते हैं, कोऑर्डिनेशन का बड़ा फायदा होता है, उनके साथ मेरे 50 ऐसे पेपर है, तो वो बहुत बड़ा रीजन है कि कोऑर्डिनेशन में काम करने का बड़ा फायदा होता है। ये हमारा फोर्थ इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है, एसओए के साथ में, आई होप कि आगे भी कंटिन्यूस चलेगा। एक कोरोना पीरियड छोड़ के 2022 में कंटिन्यूस फिजिकली आ रहे हैं, 2019 में फिजिकली कॉन्फ्रेंस, 2022 में, फिर 24 में, और 2025। मैं आगे इसमें जो प्रेसिडेंट हैं शिक्षा और संस्थान यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रोफेसर मनोज नारायण नायक जी, उनका भी हम धन्यवाद देते हैं कि आज हम उनकी वजह से इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को जॉइंटली ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं। से मेरे कल आए हुए सुशांत मैथिल जी, तो डॉक्टर साहब का भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सबके गुरु आने वाले थे प्रोफेसर बी एस धनवर सर, वो आईएसआई प्रोफेसर सर की मेरी तबीयत ठीक नहीं थी तो वो नहीं आए। जर्मन नाम है प्रोफेसर बी एस धनवर सर का, थ्रू डायलिसिस। सर मेरे यहाँ से हर साल स्टूडेंट आते हैं, अभी 5 स्टूडेंट आए हैं एनआईटी वाटर से, 5 बच्चे पेपर प्रेजेंट करेंगे। मेरा है, विनय है, चंद्रलेखा है, अर्षित, सुनील शुक्ला है, पीएचडी कर चुके हैं, अभी वो फैकल्टी में है महाराष्ट्र में। तो ये तो है कॉन्फ्रेंस की बात। स्टूडेंट हैं यहाँ बैठे हुए, काफी स्टूडेंट बैठे हुए हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है इनको फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं। ये कॉन्फ्रेंस अच्छी होती है, हर साल बहुत बढ़िया कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है, लेकिन इसके अलावा मैं स्टूडेंट से कहना चाहूंगा ऑलवेज थिंक पॉजिटिव, हमेशा हमें पॉजिटिव और अच्छा सोचना है। विवेकानंद कहते हैं स्ट्रेंथ इज गाइड, वीकनेस इज डेथ। जैसा आप सोचोगे वैसा आप बनोगे, जैसी कल्पना करोगे तो बड़े बड़े सपने देखो, और जैसा जीवन में सोचते हैं वैसा 100% होता है। ये पक्का है, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। आजकल बच्चे क्या है, सिर्फ मोबाइल में अपना टाइम बहुत खराब करते हैं। आगे है कि बीमारी है मोबाइल में, इसमें रास्ते सोने से पहले एक बार चेक करें हमने कितने घंटे स्पेंड खराब किए। ये कह रहे हैं उसको दौरान तो आने कितने घंटे हमने खराब किए इसमें, तो इससे बचे और अच्छी किताबें पढ़ें, क्योंकि किताब पढ़ने का बड़ा आनंद है, उसका एक अलग आनंद है। वो कैसे थोड़ी कम हो रही, खत्म होती हुई नजर आ रही है, बहुत कम लोग हैं किताब खरीदते हैं, पढ़ते हैं। पढ़ने की बहुत कुछ है, जीवन का बढ़ है, कुछ ऑटोबायोग्राफी में बहुत अच्छी। सबसे पहले विवेकानंद से स्टार्ट करें। विवेकानंद की ऑटोबायोग्राफी है, विवेकानंद जीवन निकाल में लिखी है, मोटा घुमा में लिखी है, उसका हिंदी ट्रांसलेशन में पढ़ा, विद्यार्थी जी ने उसको ट्रांसलेट किया है। रॉबर्ट हो गई है, रॉबर्ट को ज्ञान को नोबेल प्राइज मिला था, वो भारत आए थे, उन्होंने विवेकानंद की जीवन। उसके बाद में भगिनी निवेदिता उनके साथ रही, भगिनी निवेदिता ने 1998 में आई थी। उसके बाद में उन्होंने उनके विवेकानंद के ऊपर लिखा द मास्टर एज हिस्टोरियन, स्वामी जी जैसा मैंने उन्होंने लिखा। फिर विवेकानंद के लेटर से अद्भुत लिखा है, 1893 से लेकर 98 तक लोगों को अमेरिका में रहे स्वामी जी उन्होंने लेक्चर दिए, उनका एक कंपाइलेशन है, तो पढ़ेंगे तो बहुत आनंद आएगा और भारत के बारे में जानने का मौका मिलेगा उससे। इंडिया के क्या स्थिति, तो स्वामी जी क्या सोचते थे उस वक्त। कुछ ऑटोबायोग्राफी और है, जैसे सबसे अच्छी ऑटोबायोग्राफी मानी जाती है गांधी की। महात्मा गांधी की ऑटोबायोग्राफी में सोचता हूँ लोगों को जरूर एक बार पढ़नी चाहिए अपनी लाइफ टाइम में। आर.के. नारायण हुए बहुत बड़े राइटर हुए हैं, उनकी जीवनी मेरी जीवन गाथा, उसको भी कभी मौका मिल जाए तो जरूर पढ़ना। यानी बच्चे हो, आपके पास 80 साल है, मैं बहुत पॉजिटिव आदमी हूँ, बहुत पॉजिटिव इंसान, तो साल तो आप रहोगे इस पृथ्वी पे, तो जो यात्रा है आपकी इसमें से 80 साल रहेंगे आपके पास, 20, 22, 24 साल के बच्चे हैं, इतने तो साल तो है पक्का, तो आपके लिए पढ़ने के टाइम है। विवेकानंद की ऑटोबायोग्राफी बल्कि टॉप क्लास ऑटोबायोग्राफी में एक मानी जाती है। मित्रों, मराठी साहित्य बहुत अद्भुत साहित्य है। मराठी में मैंने शिवाजी सावंत को लिखा पढ़ा। शिवाजी सावंत ने 3 ग्रंथ लिखे, काव्य कृतियां हैं उनकी, उसमें एक है नौचंद्य कर्ण की आत्मकथा, दूसरा वो कृष्ण की आत्मकथा लिखती है, और तीसरा उन्होंने छावा लिखा है जिसपे अभी मूवी आई थी, तो आप पढ़ोगे तो आपको बहुत अच्छा लगेगा। और एक सकारात्मक खालिका हुए हैं, उन्होंने 1973 में एक काव्य उपन्यास लिखा है राती, उसको ज्ञानपीठ, पहला मराठी का ज्ञानपीठ मिला था। मुंडा साहित्य में रविनाथ हुए हैं, रविनाथ जी ने गोरा लिखा, उसको कभी मौका मिला तो जीवन में पढ़ना। बंदीपुर दुर्गेश सिंह ने लिखी है, अद्भुत लिखा है। अनफॉर्चुनेट बात ये है कि मेरी जनरेशन पढ़ता ही नहीं है, मोस्टली टाइम अपना उसमें मोबाइल में खराब करते रहते हैं। तो पेपर तो चल रहे हैं, तो इतने सब लिख रहे हैं, सब कर रहे हैं, ये रिसर्च पेपर वगैरह तो सब चल रहे हैं, इसके साथ में इनकम करना भी जरूरी है। आपके मीडिया साइड है, मीडिया में मैंने पढ़ा, आपका मैडम जी ने यार से जो लिखा तो है, अद्भुत लिखा, तो मैंने यार से के नाम से है, और हिंदी में जो पढ़ा है उसका वो संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रोफेसर है, उन्होंने उसका संस्कृत में ट्रांसलेशन किया है। ऐसे बहुत कुछ है इंडियन पढ़ने के लिए, हमारी गणना है, निराला है, अग्नि है, रामदास दिनकर है, अद्भुत लोग हुए, और वो कहाँ से ये समझ नहीं आता, आजकल ऐसा साहित्य देखने को नहीं मिलता। मैंने बच्चों ने पढ़ा है, कई बार लोग जब बच्चों ने पढ़ा मेरी आंखों से आंसू आते हैं, ऐसी कहानी कहती है तो आपके नाम नहीं करें, ऐसे बहुत कुछ है, अद्भुत लिखा हुआ संसार, विशेष तो आप करेंगे लेकिन मुझे पता ही नहीं, तो ये कॉन्फ्रेंस में आने का बड़ा फायदा होता है, एक दूसरे से मिलना होता है, एक दूसरे की दोस्ती होती है, कुछ मोटिवेशनल बुक हैं जो मैं कोट करूंगा। एक एल्केमिस्ट बुक है, बहुत अच्छी लिखी है, दूसरा रवि शर्मा हुए, बेस्ट सेलर बुक है उनकी, द मॉन्क हू सॉल्ड हिज फरारी, एक और उनकी थोड़ी सी किताब, हू विल ट्राई ह्यूमन लाइफ। मैं आपसे बात कर रहा था कि अच्छी किताब है, उनको जरूर पढ़ना चाहिए और मोबाइल में अपना काम कम स्पेंड करना चाहिए। मैं हिंदी में इसलिए बोलता हूँ कि हिंदी मेरी माँ की भाषा है, मेरी मातृभाषा, मुझे बड़ा प्यार है उससे, मुझे अच्छा लगता है। इंग्लिश में बोलना मेरे को बिल्कुल भी पसंद नहीं है, 0.01%, वो आपकी भाषा नहीं है एक्चुअली, ये तो ठीक है, लेकिन सत्य है
देखिए आप जितने भी कंट्री हैं संसार में, आप उनको उठा के देखो जिन्होंने राइज किया है, उनकी खुद की भाषा है। हम एक 80 साल से एक विदेशी भाषा को उड़ते हुए चले आ रहे हैं। उड़िया में बात करो ना आराम से, हम उड़िया सीखेंगे, बंगला सीखेंगे। तो खैर मुझे भाषा से विरोध नहीं है, किसी से भी इंग्लिश भी इंटरनेशनल वो भी जरूरत है, जब आप बाहर जाएंगे तो वो भी आनी चाहिए, लेकिन इतनी भी नहीं आनी चाहिए कि वो आपने उसको उड़ लिया है। तो खैर लास्ट में एक बहुत अच्छी पोएम है, उसको मैं सुनाता हूँ आपको। You start dying slowly if you do not travel, if you do not read, if you do not listen the sound of life, if you do not appreciate yourself, you start dying slowly. When you kill your self-esteem, when you do not let others help you, you start dying slowly. If you become a slave of your habits, walking every day on the same path, if you do not change your routine, if you do not wear different colors, or you do not speak to those you don't know, you start dying slowly. If you avoid to feel passion, and the turbulent emotions, those which make your eyes glisten and your heart beat fast, you start dying slowly. If you do not go after a dream, if you do not allow yourself at least once in your lifetime to run away from sensible advice, don't let yourself die slowly. Do not forget to be happy. मित्रों, खुश रहना बहुत जरूरी है इस संसार में, उसी के लिए सब कुछ कर रहे हैं। इसका हिंदी में मैं और सुनाता हूँ आपको, 2 मिनट और आपको सुनना पड़ेगा। तुम धीरे धीरे मरने लगते हो यदि आप यात्रा नहीं करते, यदि आप नहीं पढ़ते, यदि आप जीवन की यात्रा नहीं सुनते, अगर आप खुद की कदर नहीं करते, आप धीरे धीरे मरने लगते हैं। जब आप अपने आत्मसम्मान को मार देते हैं, जब आप दूसरों को अपनी मदद नहीं करने देते, तुम धीरे धीरे मरने लगते हो। अगर आप अपनी आदतों के गुलाम बन जाओगे, उन्हीं राहों पर रोज चलना, यदि आप अपनी दिनचर्या नहीं बदलते, अगर आप अलग अलग रंग नहीं पहनते, या आप उन लोगों से बात नहीं करते जिन्हें आप नहीं जानते, आप धीरे धीरे मरने लगते हैं। यदि आप जुनून महसूस करने से बचते हैं और उनकी अशांत भावनाएं जो आपकी आंखों को चमका देते हैं और आपका दिल तेजी से धड़कने लगता है, आप धीरे धीरे मरने लगते हैं। यदि आप जोखिम नहीं उठाते तो अनिश्चय के लिए क्या सुरक्षित। अगर आप किसी सपने के पीछे नहीं जाते, यदि आप स्वयं को अनुमति नहीं देते अपने जीवन काल में कम से कम एक बार समझदार सलाह से दूर भागना, अपने आप को धीरे धीरे मरने मत दो, खुश रहना मत भूलना। मित्रों, मैं फ्लूइड डायनेमिक्स में रिसर्च करता हूँ CFD में, और उसमें मेरे मिश्रा जी के साथ 50 कोलैबोरेशन में पेपर है SCI। इस साल भी करीब 33 आ गए, तो वो काम भी हम करते हैं। लेकिन आपसे निवेदन है कि थोड़ा आप अच्छी किताबें जरूर पढ़ें, और शायद आपको जीवन में बड़ा आनंद आएगा अगर अच्छी किताब पढ़ेंगे। मैं अगेन शिक्षा और अनुसंधान यूनिवर्सिटी सभी फैकल्टी का, नंदा साहब का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि हमें ये अपॉर्चुनिटी, हम इसके ऊपर बनाए रहे हैं। थैंक यू सो मच। नमस्कार।
Thank you very much sir for your insightful and motivational words। और सर आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने जीवन के ऊपर कैसे हम लोग खुश रहे वो बहुत सारा ज्ञान दिए, उसके लिए आपको धन्यवाद। Up next, it is my honor to introduce Professor Pradeep Kumar Sahu, Dean of ITR, Shiksha Anusandhan, deemed to be University. Since 2014, is a renowned academician with over 40 years of experience in teaching, research and consultancy in pavement design. An alumnus of UC Bulla, he holds an MTech and PhD from IIT Kharagpur. He has served as HOD at CIT Bhubaneswar, Dean at CSVTU Vilai and PMGSY State Coordinator Odisha, a former NCC officer with the rank of Major. He was also a visiting professor at Mazma University, Saudi Arabia. Passionate about skateboard, he has represented India in international tournaments in Taiwan and Thailand. May I now request Professor Pradeep Kumar Sahu to kindly address the gathering. Please, sir.
A very good morning to everybody. Thank you very much, madam. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Swarup Nandan Gora, Professor of Mathematics, IIT Guwahati, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.K. Nanda, SOA University, Honorable Guest of Honor, Professor Manjula Das, Honorable Dean from IIT Guwahati, Professor R.P. Sharma, NIT Organizational Pradesh, our organizing chair of this conference, AMSE, Applied Mathematics in Science and Engineering 2025, HOD Mathematics, Professor Sunita Chand, and convener Professor Apurna Dev, co-convener Professor Sampath Parida, our Honorable Sir, Professor Jishida Sir has come, and Professor Mishra, Somaranjan Mishra. I welcome everybody to this conference, that is AMSE-2025, on behalf of IT. So I feel very much honored to be invited here and to be a member of this inaugural function. Again, I must repeat, ITR is a unique institution. Though it started just 29 years back, nearly 3 decades, but the quality of teaching, the environment is prevailing, and the seriousness with all the faculty members, staff, and all the teaching and non-teaching staff members, all supporting staff members, is unique in the world. So I have visited many countries of the world, United States, Canada, Japan, and also visiting professor in Saudi Arabia, and stayed outside the state like West Bengal, being in the IIT Kharagpur campus for 7 years, being the former dean of CSB to Chhattisgarh for 3 years, and I have never seen such an university, SOA University, in my life. It will be a #1 university, as told by our Honorable President of SOA University, Professor Manonandan Naik, that all the scholars all over the world will come over here and do research and to make a #1 university, as told by Sri Aurobindo Ghosh Mahaguru, Jogaguru, and made this Aurobindo city in Pondicherry. All the sadhakas will come and do sadhana for the betterment of this world. Similarly, the scholars from all over India, even in world also, now we are inviting the international scholars from various countries to pursue their higher studies here, maybe BTech, MTech, or PhD. And it will be an excellent #1 university. Maybe today, now ours having NIRF ranking 14 in our country, and good ranking in the QS World ranking. Previous year 27 ranking in engineering category in IRF, and 26th rank last year in engineering category, particularly NIRF and Velocity Council. Maybe you may discuss about the Stanford University ranking. Mathematics department, 2% scientist, Professor Mishra is here, sitting here, and we are very proud of our faculty members. And in a nutshell, I will tell, this is the MIT of India, #1 university, and it will be a private #1 university in the world, and nobody can compete with us, and that is due to the hard work, seriousness, and quality teaching, research, everything by all these staff members. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor is sitting here. Last several years, he has the former Dean Research. Several years he has worked hard for this betterment of the university. So my dear friends, I request all my scholars, BTech scholar, MTech scholar, PhD scholars, you are very much fortunate to be a part of this great university, our institution. Take your time very seriously, and also supervisors. The supervisors should be also serious while guiding their scholars, because we are giving scholarship to them. So always the day the scholar starts his research, so always we should know in detail what is the background of these scholars, where they have studied, what is the mark they have secured. All these details should be known clearly by all the supervisors before guiding any scholars. If there is any deficiency, we should stress on those points, so that it will be very much comfortable environment for the scholars, and in the span of 3 years or 4 years, whatever possible, she will be able to complete the PhD. And similarly, MTech also same thing. The way we should guide the MTech project in such a manner that these scholars should be able to publish at least a single paper after completing their MTech thesis. Though we are doing, still then, again, it requires more seriousness. And wonderful topic has been chosen by our organizing team. Applied mathematics in engineering. We develop many models and go equations also, so that it will be hot cake for the research scholars, hot cake for the field engineers. Is it practically feasible or possible? And a simple example I will tell. So, as far as the design a curve is concerned, so because I have a civil engineering background and mainly transportation engineering, we talk of traffic safety. When negotiating a curve, the curve should be designed in such a manner that the driver should feel comfortable while negotiating the curve. The centrifugal force which is throwing away the vehicles out of the curve should be minimum. And during wet season also, the frictional resistance should be sufficient enough to resist the centrifugal force. So yesterday I was driving on National Highway while negotiating curve. It felt as if there is chance of tilting of the vehicles. So those equations which are developing and the field engineers are applying in the field, we should see whether practically it is feasible or not, so that the traffic safety can be achieved. So applied mathematics with the mathematical models which are applying, whenever these engineers will apply in the field as a tool, should be such that it will be very much useful to the users, maybe drivers or the road users, and we are at any particularly field, we should be able to apply it comfortably. So the seriousness may be there. I wish all the best for the conference. 4th time we are conducting, starting from 2019, COVID period is started. So a lot of struggles all have certainly faced and able to overcome. Wonderful mathematics department is doing wonders. And one day I was just reading all this CV of the mathematics department, and the reply came, all are PhD scholars. That was an excellent news. And now all are guiding research scholars. What more the news is required. So I wish you all the best for this conference. Lord, let it be highly enjoyable, memorable, those who have attended it. My dear loving students, please take the advantage of this attending this conference. Be in touch with the resource persons, take their address, keep contact. Certainly your future career, whatever way you have planned, that will be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind and inspiring word. Also, thank you so much, sir, for your appreciation. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Manjula Das, who is currently serving as the Controller of Examination at Shiksha Anusandhan Deemed to be University. She is a Professor of Mathematics with an extensive teaching career spanning 34 years. Prior to her current role, she held key leadership position as the head of the Center for Applied Mathematics and Computing, as well as the head of the Center for Data Science. Her research interests lie in the field of statistics and fluid dynamics. May I now invite her to address the audience. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable. Esteemed Chief Guest, Professor Swarup Nandan Bora, Professor of Mathematics, IIT Guwahati. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.K. Nanda of SOA Deemed to be University. Dean NIT, Professor R.P. Sharma. Dean ITR, Professor P.K. Sahu. HOD Mathematics, Professor Sunita Chand. Convener of this conference, Professor Apul Narayan Dev. Co-convener, Professor Sampath Kumar Parida. Distinguished speakers, my sir is here in the audience, Professor G.C. Das. My dear colleagues, dear participants, a very good morning to all of you. It's really an absolute pleasure and honor to be here at this distinguished gathering with the dedicated minds, those who are working for the advancement of applied mathematics. Conferences like this are vital platforms to discuss their ideas, share their thoughts, foster collaborations, and push the boundary of what mathematics can achieve to solve the world challenges. Regarding this conference, fourth in a row, and I would say NIT Arunachal Pradesh, friends forever with SUA, for SUA, because they are co-organizing this conference since 2019, and it is fourth time in a row except the COVID period. So really for that, I congratulate and thank the organizing team of Department of Mathematics ITR, NIT Arunachal Pradesh, and especially the convener, Professor Apul Narayan Dev with his team. A great job indeed. Not an easy task to conducting it 4 times. Applied mathematics being the bridge between abstract theory and practical solutions is a discipline that thrives on creativity, rigor, and collaborations. If we look at the diversity of topics that is covered in this conference, we can say it is not a static field. It evolves with the needs of the world and technology. I am really happy to see so many brilliant minds over here, united by a shared passion for the impacts and finding new results. As we gather over here to present the cutting edge research or to discuss the emerging trend or to find out or explore new applications, I would like to encourage each of you to embrace the interdisciplinary spirit of this conference. The challenges we face today, be it in computational biology, engineering, or data science, the problems are complex and multifaceted. They demand not only mathematical precision, but also the ability to collaborate across disciplines, to listen and to learn from each other. As we share our thoughts here in this conference, let us challenge ourselves. How can we address the world challenges through our papers? And how can we use the latest tools to unlock the deeper insights? And how can we inspire our next generation of mathematicians to carry this torch forward? I would like to say the young researchers, whatever you are doing in this conference, presenting a paper or engaging in discussion or share your thoughts, that matters. Your fresh perspectives will drive to innovations. So, celebrate the power of mathematics to transform your ideas to new findings. Don't hesitate to ask any questions or clear your doubts. You are fortunate to have so many distinguished learned keynote speakers from and outside India to interact with you. It's a great opportunity indeed. At last, I once again congratulate both the organizing team and all of you participants and hope this conference to be an inspiring and productive one, like your previous years. So thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words and presence. It is now privilege to introduce our chief guest, Professor Swarup Nandan Bora, Professor of Mathematics at IIT Guwahati, where he is working since January 1999. After completing his pre-university and PhD from Cotton College, Guwahati, He proceeded to complete his MSc from Delhi University and PhD from Dalhousie University, Halifax, Canada. An internationally acclaimed researcher in ocean engineering and differential equation, Professor Bora's other areas of interest are river mechanics and mathematical biology. He has published 140 research articles in reputed journals. He has delivered about 200 lectures in conferences and workshops around the globe. He has guided 4 postdoctoral fellows, 21 PhD students and 41 MSc students. His main areas of teaching are differential equation, integral transforms, numerical analysis, fluid dynamics and water wave mechanics. Professor Bora has also successfully carried out various other responsibilities which include Dean of Students Affairs, Chairman, Library Advisory Committee and Head of the Department. He served as the President, Indian Society of Theoretical and Applied Mechanics for 2022. With great pleasure, I now invite Professor Swarup Nandan Bora to deliver his address.
Thank you very much. Vice Chancellor Professor Nanda, Dean Professor Sabu, Professor Manjula Das, the Controller of Examinations and I think the Professor of Mathematics as well, Professor Sunita Ma'am, the Head of the Department, my dear friend Professor R.P. Samar from NIT Arunachal Pradesh, and Professor Parida. These are the people on the dais, but the other side also there are so many dignitaries sitting. I am very delighted to see you, sir. Professor J.C. Das. Young friend Pradyumna Sahu from BITS Palani, Hyderabad. My MSc friend Rashmi Bharadwaj will be speaking today. Younger than me and very accomplished researcher Rupannita from IIT Kharagpur, and so many other people here present here. And of course, my connection to SOA is, I should not say SOA, I mean Shiksha O Anusandhan, it's such a beautiful name, I should refer to that. It is through Saitanandan Mishra and I think Professor J.C. Das. This is my 4th visit to the university. I was fortunate enough to have delivered a lecture in the first conference that was organized in 2019. And I have evaluated thesis of this university, and more also our students, means PhD students from IIT Guwahati, their faculty members sitting there, Abhijit, Mrityunjay, Swapnendu, I think Gorango is missing. And I also have the academic grandchild here. I was looking for her, Lupamudra. Where are you? She's not here. Okay. My student. Okay, anyway, I have been given 10 minutes. I would like to, I cannot speak any mathematics here because anyway, those who will be attending my lecture have to be here with me for 45 minutes at least after the tea break. I have a very deep-rooted connection with Odisha from various angles, actually. And if you talk about Assam, Assam has a very long connection with Odisha. So the great saint Mahapurush Shankardeva, so when he was promoting the Vaishnavite movement in Assam in 16th and 17th century, so he came to know that unless he visits Puri and meets some of the saints here, his, ambition and objectives will be incomplete. So in 17th century, Shankardev with a number of people actually walked all the way from Assam and came to Puri. He stayed for a few months. Then according to him, he learned so many things about religion, culture, and literature, etc. But the doyen of Assamese literature, Lakshminath Bezborwa, he still owns a house in Sambalpur. Okay? And as for me, I have visited Bhubaneswar, Cuttack, Sambalpur mainly. I visited almost all the institutes in Bhubaneswar and Sambalpur. Okay. So last 12 years maybe I have visited Odisha maybe about 20 times. So some of my colleagues in IIT Guwahati who are Odia, they said that I visit Odisha more often than they do visit actually. And I claim something, I think 90% of the Odia people who are present here cannot claim that has visited a place called Khaira. I mean Khaira or Khaira, I don't know, it's in Balasore district. Khaira. Khaira, whatever it is. I have gone to that place and delivered a lecture. When I talked to one of my Odia friends, he said, "Surprised, how did you go to Kenya?" I said, "No, they invited me, I simply came there. I took a flight to Calcutta, took a train to Balasur, and at midnight, there are people to receive me, and I traveled to Kenya by something, Tata Sumo or something, and there is no hotel, no guest house, it's a village." So I was a guest in one of the, citizens in that village. And when we talk about mathematics, I cannot talk about last century or something like that. I have heard of a lot of names. I have personally met a lot of people. Professor P.C. Das, IIT Kanpur. Of course, Professor Sarinananda Pattanayak, who was mostly in Sambalpur University, then he was the director of IMA. Professor Gadadhar Mishra, Professor Amya Kumar Pani. If I talk about the senior ones, Professor G. Das, Professor G.C. Das. So they are the people actually who has carried over mathematics for a long time in Odisha. And I have my contemporary or little senior, Professor Arindama Singh from IIT Madras, Professor Srinivas from Indian Institute of Mathematical Sciences, who recently retired. Then we have our contemporary like Parasar Mahanti from IIT Kanpur, Viswaranjan Behra from ISI, Kolkata. Then two of my colleagues, Rajan Kumar Sinha, Sukanto Poti. All of these are like from Odisha. And this year I went to a conference in University of Hyderabad. Organizing chairman was an Odia, Sarup Padigrahi. And I was delighted to see that so many other people, like Pradyumna is sitting here, then Swades, Brindavan, young, mathematicians from this. And it started a long time back. Kalahandi. People say that it is known for drought and all those things, but Swadhin Patnaik sir arranged mathematical camps and he identified talents in Kalahandi, and one of those talents actually went to IIT Guwahati and did PhD under me. When I came back from Canada to do research, I was at a loss because I did not know, because I was a research scholar and suddenly I became a faculty how to do research. And at that time IIT Guwahati was coming up, we had a lot of administrative jobs. Then 2002 one student joined, maybe he was your classmate, Pradyumna's classmate, Subhash Chandra Matra from Nayagarh. He did his education in Sambalpur. Then I started actually revive my research with Subhash, who is currently a professor in IIT Lopar. Then based on Subhash's performance 2005, when I took a student, I decided if possible I will take a Odia student only. And I was so fortunate, I got another Odia student, Smriti Ranjan Mahapatra. He is a faculty in Veer Surendra Sai University of Technology. So my research as a faculty actually started with two Odia students. And after that, if I am successful, in some sense, if someone thinks, that is the contribution of my first two research scholars, who actually, from whom I learned how I have to be in research. So that way I think I am very much well connected to Odisha, and I love this place. But earlier I used to come as a tourist with my parents. I'll be happy to see the ocean. I will be happy to eat fish, sea fish when I visit Puri. And of course we have a lot of common things in Odisha and Assam. We like fish, we like non-veg mostly. Maybe today Thursday I don't know whether lunch we have non-veg or not, but I don't have anything like that. So we have a lot of connections, like culture, even language, our scripts are different, but if someone talks Odia slowly, I can pick up, because there are many words actually which are common with Assamese. And I forgot to tell one thing actually, when in Assam is known for tea industry, and when tea industry started, it was basically with people from Odisha and Jharkhand. So we have actually people who migrated from Odisha in Assam maybe 200 years back, and they have actually assimilated with Assamese culture. And their culture also, whatever they brought from it, has gone into Assamese culture. So it's my pleasure to be here. Anyway, I'm not very good at speaking of mathematics terms. I'm not claiming I'm good at discussing mathematics, but mostly I'm invited to deliver a lecture, whether plenary, keynote or whatever it is, and I try my best to do, because I know what to speak. Here I did not know what to speak, but I was very fortunate to have been sitting between two persons, the main persons of Shiksha Anusandhan. And the way actually Manjula ma'am spoke, actually I could make out immediately she must have been a mathematics professor. So I verified and yes, Manjula ma'am was means maybe will be again. I do not know what is the term of this control of examination, but I'm sure she is a very good teacher. Of course, while addressing probably I forgot to address Sampath Parida and Upul where he is there. And I always feel a part of Shiksha Anusandhan, and that's it. I hope the conference will be a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your visionary words and guidance. And we feel happy, really, sir, that you can speak Odia word. And also, you have a lot of idea about very interior areas of Odisha. And you love our Odisha. It's a great pleasure for us. Thank you, sir. Next, we have the presidential address by none other than our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Shiksha Anusandhan University, Professor Pradipta Kumar Nanda. Professor Nanda is a distinguished academician in the field of electrical and computer engineering.
Good morning, all of you. So I welcome on behalf of the university to our campus 1. This is Faculty of Engineering campus along with the science streams. Esteemed chief guests of this function, Professor Nandan Gora, Professor of IIT, Guwahati, also the co-host and also our good friend Professor R.P. Sharma, who is Dean of NIT Arunachal Pradesh, and also he was director for some time, 1 year. And our control of examination, Professor Manjula Das, who is also part of mathematics. Our esteemed Dean, Professor P.K. Sahu, who is here for quite some time, long time. Our head of the department, Professor Sunija Chand, and convener, Professor Apurna Dev, and also co-convener, Professor Sampath Parida, Professor G.C. Das, who was with us, and has a long kind of association with our university, all the resource persons, distinguished speakers, and participants, faculty colleagues, heads of the departments, students. At the outset, I congratulate Dr. Apul and Dr. Sampath Parida taking pain to organize this kind of conference and sustain the series actually. That's a great part, and I also appreciate that Apul has some kind of the very unfortunate incident. He lost his father, but nevertheless he is very active and seeing that the conference would go on well. As regards this kind of the series of conference, I think we are also maintaining in other disciplines some series. And as a university, we are very proactive in organizing conferences, collaborating, joining with other researchers. This is also another kind of the milestone where we have been collaborating with NIT Arunachal Pradesh and jointly sustaining, continuously organizing this kind of series conference, and along with all the, I think, series, NIT Arunachal Pradesh with us, and Professor Sharma is the key person or the kind of the main pivot from NIT Arunachal Pradesh, who is helping us. As a kind of the, we have, as regards the university, we have 12 institutes spread over 5 campuses. This is one campus, oldest campus inside the city. And we have also 10 disciplines offering degree, starting from engineering technology, which is the oldest discipline. Then we move to the science, School of Hotel Management, pharmaceutical science, biotechnology. We have nursing, medical science, dental science, agricultural science, faculty of legal studies, veterinary science. Also, we opened in 2022. I think unique in the character. So, and also we opened new medical colleges last year, 12 kilometers from here, and new nursing institute. Two of our flagship institutes are engineering as well as the medical science. We have 2,022 faculty members and 19,000 students across disciplines. In different disciplines, we have 1,300 PhD students across different disciplines and 2,000 PG students, including all postgraduate in all disciplines of medical science, sciences and everywhere. Since we focus on this kind of thing, we have almost conducted 600 conferences, workshops last 10 years. I think every institute, every department is asked to organize conferences, collaborate. We have 149 collaborations with 48 with abroad institutes. And last few years we have attempted to collaborate, carry out joint research by inducting adjunct professors in different disciplines from abroad as well as from India. We have established 18 research centers and 8 of them are interdisciplinary research centers dedicated for research only, where the faculty members are the team is only for research, and they have really done well. And the last center we added is Center for Quantum Science and Technology, which is also a multidisciplinary center, and the only center where people from IIT, IJR, Central University, State University, they love to come for internship and carry out research in our center here, and the center is housed here itself. So the culture has changed. Now in collaboration we have with Singapore, with Muscat, the medical science, the professor comes, and also from University College of London. A lot of good universities we have adjunct professors. We are also looking for more people who will really contribute to our actually research ecosystem of our university. And because of this, the recent trend is translational research, because it is no more the just to do research. There is a hours by the UGC. We are deemed to be university which is governed by UGC directly. So therefore UGC and HRD suggest that we must conduct research which is translational. I must say with happiness that 3 of our products from our university have been commercialized. 2 from pharmaceutical science, 1 from dental science. Each has been commercialized and 2 companies has taken for production and all. Through National Research Development Council in RTC, we could commercialize 3 products. So that's the beginning of our translational research, and other things from agriculture. I think we are connected to the field directly and also connected to the farmers through the students and also other programs of government's kind of the programs. We are connected to the different blocks of the state of Odisha. As far as the research is concerned, we also think of collaboration and interdisciplinary research is more important, and therefore we established 8 interdisciplinary centers. Center for Industrial Biotechnology is another one which established very recently 3 years back. Center for Climate Smart Agriculture is another interdisciplinary center we established in 2022, where in collaboration with University of Nebraska Lincoln, Professor Sita Rai from there is collaborating with us. And because the Odisha is prone to cyclone and the weather variability is quite visible affecting agriculture, so to develop climate resilient seeds and to study that and to help our farmers, we have established that center dedicatedly, where I think people from civil engineering, agriculture engineering, all the disciplines, science, they work together. So university is a place where we will learn, and together we learn, together we go hand in hand. As Chief Guest Professor Bora was telling that we learn together, so we learn from the scholars learn from the faculty. It's not a monologue way, and yes, we create new knowledge. You have to create new knowledge and disseminate to the society. As a university, yes, we have to not only carry out research, also contribute, give back to the society. So in that angle also, our medical college particularly, that has been serving the society well. We have a very strong footprints in this state of Odisha in the eastern zone about the medical science, and our hospital is doing quite well, and where we have a footfall of 6,000 patients per day, and we have 2,300 bedded hospital. The some 1 and some 2 is another 650 bedded hospital started. It will be again 2,000 bedded hospital, and we have 2 more hospitals, corporate as well as the Sitalapalli, Berhampur. We have a hospital only, which is serving the southern state of Odisha. So the medical side and the different disciplines we have been kind of focusing. Of late we thought in our medical college still the beds are free to serve the society, consulting is still free, and therefore we say this is a common man's hospital of our university. We have also a veterinary institute opened with a view that to solve that section of the planet who cannot express their pain and misery, and so we have to treat them. And our veterinary clinical complex is doing very well. So any of you who has time can visit our campus 4, which houses agriculture, veterinary and law, legal studies. So you can visit the veterinary clinical complex and see how the pet animals and small animals are treated with our faculty members. As a university also you have to focus on, definitely R&D is the prime focus. So therefore we have filed 1400 patents and 540 are published and 89 have been granted over the years. We could attract extramural funding, completed 250 projects over the years, and currently we are running around 60 projects to the tune of 60 crores. And there are major projects we are, interdisciplinary projects we are running. The FAST DBT Builder project, which is a interdisciplinary life science project, which is coordinated by Department of Pharmaceutical Science, faculty from medical science and faculty from dental science and biotechnology. They jointly work on a nano drug delivery project attracting to the tune of 5 crores, and we have a state-of-the-art lab in that. Over the years we have developed 80 research labs across different disciplines and expanding, still expanding, where our research scholars and faculty members they do work. Some of them are here. Besides also usual R&D, innovation is the focus of the Government of India. So therefore we have established a Center for Innovation and Incubation in 2018 of SOA, and we also have been granted Hotel Incubation Center by Niti Aayog in 2023, and that center also is in this campus. There is the university center, the different branches are in different institutes. I wish that many of you can visit our other campus if you have time to see. They are not very far, at least 4 campuses you can visit which are within 6 kilometers away from this place. So you can feel the other institutes how they are located and what they are doing. As far as this conference is concerned, mathematics is, I think, pervasive, is ubiquitous. I think any discipline now use mathematics, and particularly this conference theme is applied mathematics. Even mathematics, though, is usually connected to engineering, now it is no more to engineering, it is also used by many other disciplines. Could be biotechnology, could be pharmaceutical science, could be even medical science. They have been quite proactive in learning AI. And we have created a Center for Data Science dedicatedly to cater to those disciplines, because we have 4 disciplines in computer science, that is AI and ML, which is quite demanding, buzzword today, cyber security, data science and IoT, Internet of Things. So a lot of mathematics, we have faculty members who have inducted, as Professor Bora was telling, many faculty from IIT Guwahati also inducted. From 2016, we had a mandate to induct young faculty, young people completing PhD from all top national institutes and IITs and IITs, and in that regard a team, I think we went to all IITs for campus placement. In that also we have recruited many, and then I think after COVID we started registering with the campus, the placement departments of IITs and NITs, and got many candidates from them. So that's the purpose of having a deemed university culture, where we have faculty from across different institutes, different domains and this. So that's how we have many faculty in mathematics, data science, who are also quite conversant in this kind of computer science. So mathematics is no more, I think applied, particularly mathematics is useful now. And now the bridge between disciplines are vanishing. If you look at the buzzword AI or whatever. Now everybody is crazy about that and using, be it agriculture, is a smart precision agriculture, you use AI, mathematics. Could it be veterinary using the machine learning? The group is working, I am also involved. That veterinary computer, the animal computer interaction group is also working where computer science is involved. So because our university is by default multidisciplinary, it helps to join disciplines to address some of the typical issues. And even in other disciplines, since they are quite kind of concerned about the mathematics, I believe this kind of applied mathematics in science and engineering, science, yes, they have been using quite kind of deeply, but other disciplines also now have come forward to use it. So therefore mathematics is no more a segregated discipline like looking at only tubular vision in the mathematics domain, rather to go into other disciplines to look at the problems where we can have deploy these tools as techniques or whatever to solve the problems, which is I think the way AI is pervasive now across disciplines. Mathematics was and is and also will be. So in this regard, I think our scholars also, I see this, I also encourage they should address the real world problems using mathematics. Mathematics should not be a taboo for the people of other disciplines who should look at mathematics as a different entity at all. So I wish those barriers will vanish soon, already vanishing, and our university should play a pivotal role in proactively making this bridge vanish. And we are one family from different disciplines, we can learn from each other, and addressing a real world problem which is very complex in nature needs multidisciplinary approach nowadays. So therefore mathematics should be available for all disciplines as well. So I wish that a lot of keynote speakers are there, will kind of, I was just browsing, a lot of other problems also mathematics they will address. I wish that some of you will take up some of the problems of the real nature, join hands with our other disciplines and use mathematics to address the complicated issues. With this, I once again welcome to our university, wish this 3 days program will be great success. I once again thank Dr. Apul and Dr. Sampath Parida and his entire team along with the head to organize such conference and sustain this series. Thank NIT Arunachal Pradesh, particularly Professor Sharma, and the director will be there in the valedictory functions to grace the occasion, and wish this collaboration will continue for all time to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful words and guidance. Also, thanks a lot, sir, for giving us lots of information about our esteemed organization, Shiksha Anusandhan University. May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate our esteemed Chief Guest, Professor Swarup Nandan Bora, as a heartfelt gesture for gracing this occasion with his esteemed presence. Can we have the memento, please? Professor in the Department of Mathematics at Shiksha Anusandhan University. With 14 years of teaching and research experience in theoretical plasmas and fluid dynamics, he has published over 50 research papers, authored a book, and guided research scholars. Although he has meticulously arranged everything for AMSE-2025, due to the sad demise of his father, he is unable to join us on stage today. We sincerely acknowledge his dedicated efforts and extend our heartfelt condolences to him and his family. Now we move on to the much awaited moment, the release of the book of abstract for AMSE 2025. occasion, I take the privilege of inviting our co-convener, Dr. Sampath Kumar Parida, Professor in the Department of Mathematics, Shiksha Anusandhan University. He received his PhD in Computational Fluid Dynamics from Utkal University, where he also completed his MSc and MPhil in Mathematics. With 27 years of academic and research experience, his work focuses on modeling industrial and engineering phenomena using numerical methods. He has published over 30 research papers in reputed national and international journals and is a member of professional bodies such as ISTE and OMS. May I now request Professor Sampath Kumar Parida to kindly deliver the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
So good morning to all. So on behalf of the organizing committee, so it is my great privilege and honor to propose the vote of thanks at this inaugural session of this 4th International Conference on Applied Mathematics in Science and Engineering, AMSE-2025. So organized by the Department of Mathematics, ITR Shiksha Anusandhan University, Bhubaneswar. So co-organized by Department of Mechanical Engineering, so NIT, Arunachal Pradesh. So we express our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Swarup Nandan Bora, Professor, Department of Mathematics, so IIT Guwahati, so for gracing this occasion with his valuable presence, inspiring address and encouragement, and your words have truly set the tone of the deliberation of this conference. So we also thank Professor Pradipta Kumar Nanda, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Shiksha Anusandhan University, so for the presidential address on this auspicious occasion. So we also thank Professor Mohan B. Aware in his absence, Director NIT Arunachal Pradesh, for his encouragement and support as a co-organizer of this conference, and he will be available on the validity session on 30th August 2025. So we sincerely thanks to our guest of honor, Professor Manjula Das, Controller of Examination, Shiksha Anusandhan University, for sparing her valuable time to be with us today and for her thoughtful remarks that will motivate both the participants as well as the organizer. So we are deeply grateful to our respected dignitaries, Professor Pradeep Kumar Sahu, Dean ITR, so Professor Ram Prakash Sharma, Dean NIT Arunachal Pradesh, so for their constant guidance and unwavering support in making this event possible. So my sincere thanks to the distinguished speakers, session chairs, delegates from India and abroad who have joined us to their expertise and enrich the discussion in the coming days. So I also thanks all the senior professors, Professor G.C. Das, Professor Padimna Sahu, Professor Bharadwaj, Professor Rituvarna, and all the senior professors, so of the dais, so for their presence in this conference inaugural session, and it is valuable for us. So I extend my deep gratitude to our Honorable President of Shiksha Anusandhan University, Professor Manoj Ranjan Naik sir, for his constant encouragement, guidance, and wholehearted support in making this conference a reality. We also thank our Director, Professor Manas Kumar Malik sir, for extending his cooperation and providing all the necessary support and organizing this conference. We extend our thanks to Professor Sunita Chan, Head of the Department of Mathematics, Shiksha Anusandhan University, as well as the organizing chair of this conference for our relentless motivation. A special words of appreciation goes to the convener, Professor Apul Narayan Dev, organizing committee, all the faculty member of our department, research scholars, office staff, and also student volunteers whose hard work and dedication have ensured the smooth conduct of this today's inaugural function. So finally, we thank all the participants who have joined us from the various parts of the country and across the globe. Your presence makes this conference truly meaningful in an international spirit. I sincerely thanks the media and the photography team for their valuable support in providing wide coverage of capturing the memorable moments of this conference. So with these words, I once again extend my sincere thanks to everyone who who contributed to the success for this inaugural ceremony. So thank you all. I look forward to engaging fruitful conference ahead. So Jai Hind, Jai Jagannath.
Now let us enjoy a short video that captures the spirit and success of our institution. After the video, may I request all dignitaries, speakers and participants to kindly assemble for a group photograph. Once the photograph session is over, we will break for tea. Please reassemble by 11:30 am for the first technical session, and we kindly request everyone to be seated on time so that we may begin the program promptly. Oh, sorry sir. Okay, 11:45. Sir, one video first. It's already 11:30.
ग्रुप फोटो उठाए चल रहा आपको जल्दी ग्रुप फोटो atas sama atas Taiwan apa dia front side outside let's go 알려줘.
Okay, all of you please go to Mansuri Auditorium, second floor for free. Tea break. It's now the tea break. So please all of you try to come in between 15 minutes. Already we are late. So please try to come to this room by 15 minutes.
Since we are running late by 30 or 45 minutes, so after the tea break within 5 to 10 minutes, so you please come to this place for fast technical session. Okay. So the fast technical session in this conference hall. So after completion of the tea break within 5 or 10 minutes, so come to this place.
Okay, please all of you just check this one key we got. Anyone? So it's with our organization team. Technical system.
Okay, now come in.
Yes, you may keep, sir.
Last year photo?
వారు Who is in charge here?
session chair is Professor Satyaranjan Mishra, Professor of Mathematics at Shiksha Anushandhan University. He has over 22 years of teaching and research experience. He has published more than 420 papers and is listed among the top 2% world scientists by Stanford University. Now I invite our distinguished speaker, Professor Swarup Nandan Bora, Department of Mathematics, IIT Guwahati, to deliver his talk on time-dependent problems in ocean engineering and river mechanics. Please, sir.
देखिए गोटे लैपटॉप अच्छे
May I request Professor Satyaranjan Mishra sir to please say a few lines about our techniques.
Hello, good morning everybody. And welcome to all of you for the technical session of AMSE-2025. In this session, we have with us Professor Keshan Bora from IIT Guwahati, Professor Rashmi Bharadwaj and Rituparna Rupanita Gayan. So we'll start with Professor Bora. So I don't want to discuss about him since he is denying himself. So I welcome you, sir, to deliver your talk.
So I think, anyway, thanks, Satyaranjan. So till the time the slides get ready, I think I wanted to use my own laptop, but Shiksha Anushandhan is not allowing. So now I am again giving them the files to be put in the original laptop here. So anyway, it's nice to be here. So I actually work in different areas. I started my research career. So I started my research in ocean engineering as it was I was introduced. I had my PhD from Dalhousie University. This is just by the shore of Atlantic Ocean. So like when you say applied mathematics and science and engineering, so I think all areas are applied. So there is nothing like what we used to think earlier that only differential equation and mechanics are applied areas. Something from here. Or it can going slow, it can go. Down. So the advantage of mathematics is that for some research, I have been given 45 minutes, but I don't want to speak 45 minutes. I will speak 40 minutes, but usually I forget the time. So you give me a warning at 33 minutes. Okay, so the beauty of mathematics is that you don't have to go to the physical site to do research. So although my first research started when I used to see the waves in Atlantic Ocean, but since I came back to Guwahati, there is no ocean, right? So we do it mathematically. Maybe Rupanita sometimes goes to Bay of Bengal, I do not know because she works in Kharagpur. But I have done all my research later on in ocean engineering without going to the ocean. Sometimes I have taken my children to ocean and I just look at the ocean waves. My daughter tells, don't look at the ocean wave as Professor Swarup Nandan Bora, just look at the ocean as Swarup Nandan Bora. That means as a tourist. Then I was asked, if you can work in ocean, why not in river? So we have the majestic river Brahmaputra just 200 meters behind my office. So I started working in river mechanics. Now I want to touch upon two problems, time allowing. First one, I will take an ocean engineering problem. And many times when I do the ocean engineering problem, we focus only on the spatial coordinates. We do not work on time. Time you can assume to be time harmonic or something. But whenever you do some river mechanics problem, most of the problems can be solved through the concepts of open channel flow, which can be one-dimensional, but it always depends on time. Making it, of course, the governing equations to be partial differential equations. For ocean engineering, most of the times we consider linear water wave theory and we employ Laplace's equation as the governing equation. And Laplace's equation has variant forms. You know, we can talk about Poisson's equation if it is a non-homogeneous equation. And we can have specific forms as Helmholtz equation and modified Helmholtz equation. But when you look into river mechanics problems, it is first order equation, but it is not an equation, it is a system of two first order equations. That means you are actually going to solve two unknowns to know what you want to know. You want to know the flow ditches, you want to know about how the variation is with respect to the river bed. Now, as you know, we have some good knowledge of geography that has been imparted to us when we were in school level, because we hardly get chance to formally study geography after we finish our schooling, because if I go into science, geography I don't have to study, but I can always read it. So we know that oceans actually occupy the major portion of the earth. But what we do not know much is about ocean. Land is a very small percentage in comparison to the area occupied by the ocean. But how much we know about the ocean? We just see the waves. It is not that we know about the ocean. 2014, if my memory serves correct, March 8, what happened? Anyone remembers? A plane, MH370, maybe, I do not know, Malaysian Airlines, disappeared. Disappeared means it disappeared. People have made various theories. Someone said hijack, someone said aliens came and took it. But very likely it has fallen into a portion of ocean, which till now, 11.5 years, no one has been able to locate it. Forget about locating it, because it may not be any parts remaining intact. There is no news what might have happened to that. That means so many intriguing things are there, we are not still able to solve. We say that we have advanced in science and technology, but to what extent? So that means there are many things about ocean we do not know. Being mathematician, when we want to work about ocean engineering problems, it is not simply the role of a mathematician. Because when we do the problem, we give the solution as a mathematician, but it has to be implemented by some others, for which we are not qualified enough. That means we are presenting a result, as the title of the conference says, Applied Mathematics in Science and Engineering. What we expect that what we are doing, that Anusandhan, should give some shiksha to the people that it can be used. The solutions can be used in various areas of science and engineering. So I wanted to show that I have a lot of knowledge of geography, so this slide says that. So the areas that is covered by the ocean, and it's about the coastlines. Now see, when we talk about ocean, there are many activities that take place. Now you must have been hearing about 50% tariff imposed by Trump. I hope everyone is well versed with the present happenings. How it started? Because India buys oil from Russia because it was given at a cheaper rate. How the oil comes? Even if it comes from the eastern coast of Russia, how far it has to travel? to India. How it comes? There is no pipeline between Siberia and India. It comes through some big vessels. Through ocean. Otherwise also you get oil from Iran or you get from Saudi Arabia. How it comes? Through the ocean. You know about activities like oil being actually extracted from the ocean bed. You have heard about Bombay High. You know that is in South China Sea, Gulf of Mexico, even North Sea near Scandinavian countries and UK. Oil has been extracted. You need some platform. Even in nowadays, I think maybe in South India also, off the coast of Radhaman, we may have started. There are structures in ocean. There are structures in ocean which are supposed to be at rest. There are structures in ocean which are in motion. You talk about the motion of a ship. You talk about submarines. Wave getting generated. Wave interacting with certain structures. So these are various issues actually which can be very nicely expressed in terms of mathematics. So when we talk about coastline, you know about the hurricanes. I think Odisha, I think 2 years back, there was a big hurricane. What was the name? I forgot. It almost collapsed many things of like Puri and Bhubaneswar. 2023, no? Funny. But the maximum actually destruction happens near the shore. But whether you can solve everything by mathematics, because mathematics we always emphasize on linearity. And most of the problems in the world are non-linear. But making certain assumptions, we can always linearize the situations subject to approval by the others through some experiment or something. Now, why you have to study water waves? Is it mandatory for everyone to study water waves? No, definitely not. If you don't want to work in water waves, fine, who can force you? But if you really want to study certain topic, you have to know why you want to study that topic. Why you want to do research. There has to be some use of it. I am doing the problem, giving a solution, getting some good publications. Is that good enough? But whether there are some engineers actually who are looking at my solution and they are trying to implement, that is very important. So these are certain issues for which actually I started studying or exploring river mechanics. Maybe Dr. Rupanika Gayan, she also works in ocean engineering. She also must have seen some application, and there are many others like that. Now it is the age of non-conventional energy. No? People say, no, you look for, nowadays many places, maybe in Shiksha Anusandhan also you may be using a lot of solar energy. I don't know. We are having now a lot of production of solar energy in IIT Pune. What are the other sources? Wind is a source. Ocean is a source. You kind of see the amount of ocean energy we might be able to get. If we can get hydroelectricity from some small streams, compared to the streams, you think about the ocean. How vast it is. Now, how much energy it can have? You want to extract the ocean energy, means wave energy. You want to extract the wind energy. Wind energy, you may be able to extract it even from the land itself, but if you want to extract the energy created by ocean waves, you have to go to the sea. You have to go to the sea, you have to have some installation. There can be two in one. You have a structure which captures ocean wave energy as well as actually it harnesses wind energy. For this, you need some structures to be installed. You cannot arbitrarily go dig something and put a structure. You have to make a lot of study. Kind of wave conditions around that area, how the wave is going to interact, and what possibility is that the structure has to be stable. Mathematically it can be done. Done in the sense that you solve the problem and you make some suggestions, or we call recommendations, which is written at the conclusion of the paper. We develop this kind of model then subject to consideration of this kind of parameters, it is expected that this can be employed. I cannot claim because I have not gone into the ocean and developed a model. First time I visited Odisha, I was in college or school maybe. I just came to see waves. I of course like mathematics, but mathematics is a school mathematics. Came to Puri with my parents. My brother, sister, parents, they went somewhere because they wanted to visit the temple. I said, no, I want to see the waves. I want to eat various type of sea fish that is available and getting fried on the beach. Okay? Maybe from that time onwards, again I forgot to tell it in that inauguration that my connection with Odisha. First sea I saw, first water wave I saw was in Puri. After that, I have visited various places around the world, almost the whole country. But the first waves I saw was in Puri. Now you look at these three waves. Now forget about my qualification. I am just a layman with a wife and 2 kids. I go to the beach of Puri, or I go to Kovalam, or I go to Goa. Which one will excite me most? Obviously the first one. It looks so beautiful. Second one a bit scary. You can see it's like a bit gloomy. Waves are there, but certainly something is going to happen or not. You get a feeling or not from the second picture? Some storm is going to come. I will be a bit scared as a person as well. Now you ask me to solve a problem concerning each of these situations. Then I will say I have not seen the first 2 pictures. When I am a mathematician and I want to develop some model or solution, I have not seen the first 2 pictures. I said, where are those 2? They are not there. Because I want some linearity. First figure is highly non-linear. Second one is also non-linear. Third one is of course non-linearity is such that I can adjust it and replace it by linear equation. So what it means that what I want as a person, the same thing I may not want when I am a researcher. But at the same time, I should be able to show that the solution I am getting for the third figure can probably represent the solution for the second figure, but hands up. First one probably I will not be able to tackle unless I use some highly sophisticated numerical techniques. But people are solving, but mathematically probably I am not efficient enough to solve. So when we consider a water wave, this is the standard diagram of water wave. Wave is propagating along the x direction. Then you can see that is the usual, even we consider with some normal waves. So many things are waves. We talk about sound wave, electromagnetic wave. Okay, but this cannot represent a seismic wave. Because what I am drawing a figure is a very regular standard figure which has a very standard position of the crest and the trough, and I am taking a uniform wavelength which is represented probably by L. Then there is something called wave number, which is a ratio between 2 pi by L and so on and so forth. So this is a standard one. Then you see dotted line is there. It is there or not? Dotted line is there. Then when you are talking about, look at the wave, it's like a sine curve coming up, going down. You take the average to get the mean surface. So in water wave mechanics, when we usually talk about the free surface, it is the mean free surface. Okay? So these are the essential notations. Frequency is very important, then about time period. And we consider the linear water wave theory. What we consider is that we assume the existence of a potential function. Potential function is actually connected to the velocity. Now when we do the equation of continuity, I am assuming everyone knows what is equation of continuity because this is not a class of fluid dynamics, this is a conference. So equation of continuity is a very important equation in mechanics. Okay? Now I have made an assumption that my flow satisfies potential flow theory. Means, you know, everything flows from the higher potential to lower potential. It is not just water. We have done potential, I think you had done in your magnetism, or what is that, electricity, you must have done. You talk about lower potential, higher potential and so on. Similar things happen also. So the important, so there are many issues. When we have waves we talk about, there are mainly two kinds of waves. One is called your progressive wave, that means it travels from one direction, from infinity to another direction. Progressive wave. It's like the first PD we do for second order equation. You have a string, you pull it. You look at the displacement, but where the ends of the strings are? Minus infinity and plus infinity. Then the wave that gets generated, it is a progressive wave. Anyone plays guitar or violin here? Raise your hand. You play guitar. You're a small kid, I don't know who saw it. So, you play a guitar, a violin. You have strings. I don't have much knowledge. I have never played any string instrument. Now someone gives me a guitar. Okay, start playing. It looks like you know everything, so you will be able to play guitar also. I take the guitar, pull the strings. You hear a sound, which will probably sound like a noise because I don't know how to play guitar. But suppose Podidasar knows how to play guitar. He plays, then it will sound like melody. What is happening actually? Wave is getting created from one point to the other point, and it is traveling in between these points. So these are your stationary waves and standing waves. And if the frequency is designed in such a way that, because he knows that, so though he may not know partial differential equation, he knows how to play. So he plays well. So there is some frequency that he is doing. Actually, I am not being able to do that. That is your standing wave. Water mechanics, mostly we talk about progressive wave because ocean is so vast. We were talking about this minus infinity x direction traveling to plus infinity. See, I am speaking more about something common because I do not know what my lecture is termed. If it is plenary lecture, keynote speaker, at least I wanted to tell some basics. I will show the problems. Now, porosity is very important. We talk about porous material. We talk about some materials having high porosity, materials having low porosity or no porosity. Right? So you talk about presence of small voids. Okay? My bone, it is a porous material. You talk about stones, that's a porous material. Rocks, they are porous. Right? Now sometimes it rains, you look at the walls, if the construction is not good, you will say seepage is happening because the contractor did not construct it enough to make it non-permeable because of some reason. Now water is seeping through. Unless it is porous, it cannot happen. So you want to protect some structure, you would like to use porous material. As I was talking about some structures in ocean, he has to stand for years. Now Bombay High, it's some tension-led platform, it has at least 4 legs. That are not extending to the ocean bed. They are connected in such a way that there is some kind of tension amongst those which is making it stable. Now you somehow still want to protect the structure. You need some what? You need some outer shell. You want to protect, right? You will see actually someone is beating a child. The mother comes and covers to protect the child. Similar way, there is a pillar, I want to protect. So I cannot go and stand there, so I am trying to build something which will protect the structure. These are some of the applications. First one, that is kind of an airport. because again you have to study, because there are many areas, not many, number of areas in Pacific Ocean. Because if you see Pacific Ocean towards the south side, lot of empty space. Empty space means there is no land. Now you want to have some activities nearby, so you need some platform. I think Diego Garcia or some island was there only. So you want some small planes to land. Then you look at the second figure, it's a dock. Again, third and fourth similar like this. So what it means is that actually waterway is inherently non-linear. That means you are looking at bigger waves. Now you cannot do anything else rather than curtailing it to some extent. So you make some structures, so that the potency of the wave gets reduced while entering the other area. So now look at this thing. So these are rocks only. But see, you actually, I think it is a picture from Hong Kong, I forgot. So there is some bigger ocean waves coming this side. Now vessels are coming, ship are coming, right? Big, they are big in size, but actually due to wave interaction, they will not have stability. And when you actually bring articles or goods to the port, you want unloading and then again you are loading. So you need some tranquil region, zone of tranquility. So you construct some porous structure, some barrier, so that you control the wave there, then you have created. In between there will be water region. So what do you want? We do not want water wave directly to come and interact with the cylinder. Okay? That is my pet cylinder, like you have pet dog and pet. I want to save it. I want to keep it with love. Okay? Now I surround the cylinder with some porous wall. Now what happens? The wave comes and first it hits the porous wall. Some energy dissipation, wave dissipation happens. Then when the wave goes and hits the cylinder inside, it is very obvious, we don't even need mathematics, that the wave force is reduced. Because on the wave, we have actually obstructed it. So now we are considering n bottom mounted cylinder, and it can be any natural number. You can take 5, you can take 17, whatever, but it will be always nice to arrange it. So n, I am taking 3 cases, 4 cylinders, 5 cylinders, 9 cylinders. Then I have position them in a different way. So now if you take 2 adjacent cylinders, there are 2 views. You have the front view. So you see the blue part, that is the solid cylinder, and then there is the covering, which is the porous one. If you look from the top, you will just see the top, the circular ones. Now we will have a different coordinate system, because I define a coordinate system for each of the cylinders. Then that is the beauty of mathematics. So this is my actually free surface and bottom boundary condition. I will not go details into it. This is 0 because this actually represents the vertical component of the velocity, and I have considered the ocean bottom, idealized the ocean bottom to be actually rigid. Then actually this condition happens. Then in free surface actually, I have shown some conditions. Due to those actually you get a condition like this, which is called free surface. Now there will be some conditions which are not exactly boundary conditions, we call them as matching conditions. It is like, I have something, then I have an imaginary line here. I expect that the property above the line and property below the line, there is some difference. But what happens along the line? Along the line actually both activities should match from both the sides. So due to the porous wall, we have used actually Darcy's law, the condition will be given by 4, and at the surface of the inner cylinder is hard, I mean rigid. At the inner cylinder surface, the wave will the radial velocity will be 0, whereas you will have some matching condition. So actually you look at mathematics side, this much only you need to know. Then you develop and you find a solution. Okay, but there is a condition called far field condition developed by Sommerfeld. What happens to the wave at infinity? Okay. So this condition should be satisfied because what we expected, why wave actually dies out at infinity. Where is chairman? 25 one, huh? Then I will not be able to swim in river. I have to swim in ocean only. Anyway, I just want to show some example how strong mathematics can be. Okay, then I have solved the problem. I have found the velocity potential. Then, wave mechanics, there are two types of. One is called frequency domain problem. I have taken that sigma. But I already know the time component, e to the power minus I omega t. So I don't have to solve separately for t. I only have to solve for x, y, z. So frequency domain problem when we solve, still it tells you a lot of things. Now wave elevation means how the wave, eta is the wave elevation. So this is what my eta will be given by this curve. So this is what the expression of eta. Then I solve. You know I am considering a cylindrical coordinate system. So I am solving Laplace's equation. So by default the function corresponding to that radial distance r will be some Bessel function. It may be Bessel function of first kind, Bessel function of second kind, and Bessel function of third kind, which are known as Hankel functions. So H means Hankel functions. So I got phi r j theta z. You see, z means different cylinders. When I am saying r1 theta 1 means I am talking about a cylinder which has a radius r1 and the wave makes an angle theta 1. So this is how we go about. We express the potential in terms of. I have to show some complicated mathematics. No? Otherwise you should not think that the problem solving is very easy. It is not actually easy. Governing equation looks very simple, but I am considering n cylinders, each of them in different coordinate system. So that when I am expressing phi rj theta z, each of them is in different coordinate system. Now who loves special functions? They will love doing it. Bessel's equation and Bessel functions. Okay, there is a Bible of Bessel functions, the book by Z.N. Watson. That has all information of Bessel function. Now I want to represent all the cylinders through one coordinate system. So there is a theorem called graphs addition theorem. Okay, that is not Steffi graph, but it is clear. It is some other graph who developed such a beautiful theorem that you can connect cylinders in different coordinate system. Then I will be using the boundary conditions. I will skip most of them. Basically what I want to do, I want to find the potential. Once I find the potential, I can talk about finding the force. Force is connected to pressure, and those who know Bernoulli's equation, from linear Bernoulli's equation actually, we can find the pressure means you integrate it, you will get the force. Scattered potential means wave is coming and hitting. It is getting scattered. Incident wave coming and hitting the cylinder, then it is getting scattered. Some portion will get reflected, some portion will actually propagate around the cylinders. Fine. So, power dissipation, energy dissipation, wave dissipation means the wave is coming and hitting the porous barrier. It is getting dissipated, then the wave comes and hits the inner cylinder. Fine. Now this is very important to know actually how much power is getting dissipated. So power due to the incident wave, then you also talk about energy dissipated by the cylinder, because the wave energy we are talking about. Now we find two kinds of forces. One is inner cylinder, force is coming and acting on the rigid cylinder, and before that there is a force actually acting on the outside cylinder. So then we have the cosine function. We use the orthogonality of cosine function. Ultimately, we get the forces inside inner cylinder and outer cylinder in this form. So you consider 4 configurations because I said capital N. That is what we do in mathematics now. We start with Rn, then we say maximum we go to R3. Correct or not? So I consider n cylinder, but how do I demonstrate when I take some large n? So I am taking n equal to 4, 5, 9. And if you look at the first and third figure, they can be arranged in array because it is 2 by 2 and 3 by 3. But I have also shown another arrangement. 2 cylinders, then in the middle center of that line actually there is another cylinder. So what we want to plot is that we want to see actually what should be the ratio of radii. Means the inner cylinder has a radius, outer cylinder has a bigger radius. How it changes and how it changes with respect to the angle of inclination. It's not, wave is not like falling like this, it is falling like this. So what was observed that how the porosity actually plays the role. What kind of porosity should be imparted to the porous wall so that, what do we want actually? We want that the porous wall should actually dissect as much wave energy as possible so that actually there is less interaction with the inside cylinder. I will show you some, this is frequency domain now because my title itself is time domain, right? So these are actually, you can find the wave forces, so that is fine. So I want to show you, because Mr. Sir will now ask me to stop very soon. 5 minutes, I will not be able to go to Mahanadi. I will stop in Bay of Bengal only. So that means I would have needed 2 hours to complete all. So time dependent, because my title is a time still I have not discussed. Time dependent forcing. So what can be done here is that we want to see actually as time progresses. That's what we would like to see. Now now whatever result you are saying, no, wave is coming, getting reduced and all those things, I can tell anything what I like because some of you may not even have followed the figures what I have plotted because I did not explain, right, madam? I think madam was looking at the figure. So there are a lot of explanations. There actually I just skip. So what I wanted to show is that as time progresses, what happens? Now I hope it works. That is why I wanted to use my not working. How is it? That is what I wanted to check now. So this was the main thing I wanted to show. So what has been represented by the media player only. What media player is not there in the laptop. So what I wanted to show here is that you can visualize actually. This is what is has to be visualized. So we have some physical structure. We have considered some parameters. Now as we find the solution, we are talking about that, okay, elevation is coming down, going up. I can say so many things because many people may not understand, right? But we want to see it physically, or you can separately run it. I don't know. No, it should come. Actually, that's what I want. No, I was bringing it from my own. That's okay. Otherwise, so many good things I talked about Shiksha Anusandhan, I would have added something negative that you cannot run a 5 or something like it's running. Okay. So now, wave is coming and hitting those 4 cylinders. Now the red part you see actually, then there is a cover, you see the brown one, that is actually the porous wall. Now once it hits the porous wall, There may be in the vicinity the wave may be strong, but actually you cannot see the inner, the wave is simply getting dissipated as time progresses. So this is exactly, it is not something exactly through the analytical solution we have done, we are being able to show what we have concluded, that we are reducing the wave force, wave energy is getting dissipated and so on. Okay. So it will be beautiful to see the 9-cylinder. And it is simply the strength of mathematics. It has nothing to do. So when you have 9 cylinders, the wave is propagating as per the parameters that we have considered. Okay. Then it's propagating. Then whatever has been concluded or whatever has been recommended, you can actually verify from this. So the mathematics part actually connects to this, and I think this will be very applicable to the practitioners because they will see. So when we sell a product, just by telling actually it will not do. That's why you will see actually they will show actually using the product and show them how efficient it is. So this will probably help people actually to see actually how the wave energy gets dissipated by the introduction of a porous wall along the cylinders. It is not about Professor Satyananda Mishra. I am also worried about Dr. Rupan with a guy who has to catch the train. So what I will do, I could show you some work on ocean engineering, but I will just show you maybe Professor Mishra 2 minutes you can give me, if you don't mind. Again it's river. Forget about the statistics and obviously. Again you see this river. This kind of rivers, or you can say canals, or sometimes we call them an open channel. So there are two types of channels, so prismatic channel and non-prismatic channel. Again, prismatic channel is basically, they are canals. I want from some irrigation, I want to dig something from the river. I will follow some uniform geometry, straight line or something like that. They are prismatic. But naturally that cannot happen. Natural channels are actually non-prismatic. River Mahanadi, you cannot say that okay, flow 100 kilometers straight. It will take a turn like this. But what you can do, smaller sections you consider, you can approximate that as a prismatic channel. So these are the two pictures I took actually, and I took a video and that gave a PhD to one of my students and gave me some very good papers. Okay, so non-prismatic and prismatic channels. So there are some governing, I will just show you the governing equation and probably I will stop there itself. So how easy or difficult, so this is the standard pair of equations known as Sein-Venant equation. But if you look at the first equation, it's a homogeneous equation. That means when you talk about zero in the first equation, so what it does actually talks about the flow in an open channel, and you have two unknowns, right? Q and A. Q is the flow ditches, A is actually connected to the height. So the variation of these two, as a flow progresses, it's a one-dimensional flow. But what I want to tell is that equal to zero on the first equation. You can make it non-zero by you can incorporate a function of x and t or a function of t. That's what we did actually. We introduced a function of t. What that means? We are not just talking about the river flow. We are talking about some lateral inflow. Lateral inflow means you can say the flow of a tributary into the river. Like Mahanadi has many tributaries. You consider that as a lateral inflow. But does it mean that if there is no tributary, water will not come and fall? No, along the plains. That is also a lateral inflow. So many of the works what they did, because infinite channels are easy to handle, they approximated many results by taking some x going through They considered infinite channels, but what they say that it can be the finite length channel results also can be approximated through the infinite channel results, which is not actually true. For certain conditions, you have to solve it separately, and that is what actually me and one of my research scholars, Siva Katapal, we did. So there are various models. So this is what we have introduced, equation 37. We have actually introduced it. Later inflow. I just tell you the mathematical tool here was simply Laplace transform. We use extensively Laplace transform. So as I said, one of my students obviously he did PhD in mathematical biology in fractional differentiation. His thesis was also full of very complicated Laplace transform equations. So this also, you take Laplace transform, I just want to see you the expressions and how difficult it would have been definitely for the student, because we do not do the calculation, the students only suffer. Okay, so ultimately these are some results we use actually which are available in the book, but some of the results, say Laplace transform third result, we hardly use this kind of result, or we hardly teach this kind of results to the students. But these are applied. And I am very thankful always to the research scholars who do the work, and we get the name. So though I did not show it, so lateral response function. So we are considering a lateral inflow. We have made some very strong conclusions. And the works are published in engineering journals, civil engineering work basically this is. And we have not got too much of a very harsh criticism till now. So thanks to Appu and Satyaranjan, Parida, Tripathi, all those people for organizing this conference. I am very sorry to know that Appu's father passed away a few days. I simply presented the work. I did not do the work. I did the work, but I was not the main person. Sunanda Saha did this ocean engineering problem, which resulted in two very good publications. Sunanda is a faculty in Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore. She has been doing really some good work. Second work actually which I probably did not present, I just gave some outline. The work was accomplished by Dr. Siva Katapal, who is doing postdoctoral fellowship in IIT Bombay, but not in maths department. She is a PDF in mechanical engineering department. Professor Sharma will appreciate that mathematician going into mechanical engineering department. I am very sorry that I could not complete what I wanted to, because I think I speak more than necessary. Okay, and I wanted to develop the subject actually. I could have started straight away from the equations and results probably. Now students will agree that what interested you was the initial part only, not the mathematics part. But I just wanted to show actually how strong mathematics can be in applying to physical problems. So I end here. I think there is no question, because no question in the sense that there is no time, and we look forward to the next lecture by Rasmi Mehta.
Thank you, sir, for your nice lecture. With a vast knowledge in geography, sir, you have prepared a model and you have presented here the solution. It's a real world problem. We are here, the benefit of this program is to collaborate with this type of model. You have to think yourself the model, how to solve it. So thank you again, sir. If anybody have any question, we can share with sir. Few minutes we can share.
Sharmaji can ask me anytime. I will be available here for lunch. Whole second half today, whole day tomorrow. Not just this, you want to know anything more about the lecture. Students are welcome, young researchers are welcome to know how to go to a better place for PhD, or you want to talk about some research collaboration, postdoctoral fellowship. I am welcome to anything. You want to discuss geography, economics, political science, I am also welcome to the event. Thank you so much.
So next we are going to we have with us Professor Rasmi Bharadwaj. Professor Bharadas, Fellow of Institute of Mathematics and Application, UK, Fellow of Indian Society of Mathematical Modeling and Computer Simulation under IIT Kanpur, India, and working as a Professor of Mathematics and Head of Nonlinear Dynamics and Research Lab, University School of Basic and Applied Science, Guru Gobind Singh, Indraprastha University, New Delhi. As a recipient of Government of India, she got Best Researcher Award, GGSIPU, for the 3 consecutive years, Lifetime Achievement Award 2022 in Nonlinear Dynamics, Bharat Mata Abhinandan Samman 2022, PAI International Award for Education Excellence 2021. Also, she got Lifetime Achievement Award 2021 for International Scientist Award of Engineering, Science and Medicine. Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Distinguished Professor Award 2021 in Applied Mathematics. She has 4 patents, 275 research papers and book chapters, also wrote 10 books. She has guided 16 PhD scholars and currently 7 are working with her. With a vast working of 29 years teaching and 34 hours research experience, she has visited, attended and delivered 450 invited lectures in international conferences. So, thank you, madam.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and especially to Apul, because tomorrow I have another visit, so I firstly say that I will attend only the online mode, but he insisted to madam just come for a one day. So today morning we reached and tomorrow morning I am leaving. So just I think some of the things are new for you, for most of the students. So I have not kept the slides so complicated as Sarup has done. I kept it as simple as the student should learn or understand the mathematics. So I tried to keep it as a very simple, not as a mathematics, but in a simple form. So simple, all you know also, what is a mathematical model? Okay? And if I explain it, any real world problem, you take it, simplify it as a working model, represent that as a mathematical model, translate it in terms of the computational model, and then simulate the results. So now the important thing is real world problem simplify as a working model, and the results and conclusion whatever we got again interpret in terms of the real world problem. These two are the most important part. If we are able to do that correctly, then we are able to find out the solution. So till now, because if we consider the mathematics, we are using the 3 types of the forms, either the data science or the discrete form or the continuous form. So if we see that any real world problem, we are interpreting in the mathematical language. So either we are collecting the data or developing the continuous equation, or we are defining the discrete characteristics. These are the 3 forms. All mathematicians are working around these fields. Then we are designing the model, finding analytically or numerical or asymptotic solutions, analyzing the solution, and then again interpreting the results. Now I am taking a very simple problem. Nothing mathematics is there, but you see that how beautifully it will develop. Take a plus sign. Okay? On every side, again put a plus sign. Again put a plus sign and see that in the 3rd iteration how complicated structure it is. But if you see the beauty of this structure, you take a small part of that, zoom in, you are again getting the original structure. So that is the beauty, any complicated structure. Still Sarup showed us the 3 pictures and solved the linear, which is mostly about a linear. So we took a small part, zoom in, and we are getting the original structure. Now what is the simple, if I ask that, what is the shape of the cloud? What is the shape of the clouds, students? Okay, what is the shape of the mountains? ड्राइंग तो सबने की है, नर्सरी से बच्चों को सिखाते हैं what we are making the shapes of the cloud or the mountains. Basically, here I am showing or representing a geometry which is not governed by the Euclidean geometry. We made our triangles as mountains, but we know that it is known. Same way we are making a coastal lines as a circle, but these are not. Same way sphere we are making as a circles, but these are not. So what is this? And this is known as a fraction or a fractal. And still when I was sitting here, I am seeing this structure of the temple, Puri temple, that is also made by the fractals. Because that is a repeating structures. Structures which is repeating itself. So what is a fractal? It is an extremely irregular line or surfaces which are formed of infinite number of similarly irregular sections. Physically it is a rough or fragmented surfaces which is part or a reduced copy of the whole. But mathematically it is a set of points whose dimension exceed with a topological dimension. I will show you one example and then you analyze it. Now I am taking a very simple example. I think all of you are aware of with the Cantor set. Okay, same thing I am taking. Take a straight line, divide it into three parts, remove the middle part. In Cantor set you are doing this. 0 to 1, then dividing it into three parts, removing the middle part, 0 to 1 by 3, 1 by 3 to 2 by 3 you are removing, 2 by 3 to 1, again you are taking. Same thing I am taking here, but what we did, what part we removed, that we joined with the similar two structures. So in the fourth iteration, we did this. In the Cantor set we removed that, but here we kept it with the two more lines. Now this is the complete one iteration. If I ask what is the dimension of that, because neither it is a straight line, nor it is a complete diagram. So what is the dimension of this? It is neither 1 nor 2, it is in between of 1 or 2. So how to find out it? Now what we did, again repeat the same process on each line. Here, 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 here. And now see that in the fifth iteration how complicated structure you got it. But a small part, if you zoom it, you are getting again the similar structure. Same way if we have a, how to find out the, right? Is it okay if I will give from here, because I don't know if this is not working. So what, one figure it is not showing. Actually in the triangle figure, you have a straight line, then you have a triangle figure. So what is the dimension? Fractal dimension is nothing. I took the simple way, means otherwise we have a different way of the metric spaces. I have not used that one. It is a log of number of the new pieces divided by the log of the number of the old pieces. The number of the new pieces are 1, 2, sides and the 4. So total is 4 and the old sides are the 3, 1. So it is coming to be log 4 by log 3, and when we are calculating it comes to be a, it's not showing a complete. this is the, because the topic is science and engineering, and this is a triangle, and that helps a lot. What we did, we took a triangle, join the midpoint of that triangle, and remove the middle part. Okay? Repeat the same process. Now you see that the original triangle, you have a one triangle, and you join the midpoint, so it is 1 by 2, and you have a 3 triangles. Another case is you are again joining the midpoints, so you have a 1 by 4 and the 9 triangle. Now here you have a 1 by 8 and the 27 triangle. And if you are calculating the dimension, it is coming to be 1.585. But the beauty of this curve is that, now if you see this curve, this triangle is completely hollow, but it absorbs a maximum area. And nowadays in the engineering, we are using a fractal antenna. My son is a director in Ministry of Telecommunication, and about the optical fiber which we are using in BharatNet, they are using this fractal antennas. And you see that it is there, but it is not working. If you take a small part of that and zoom it, you are getting again this picture. It is completely hollow, but it absorbs a maximum area. And all of your mobile now have this chip. I will show you that one. Next one. Now this is you are getting a different size of the triangles, so it absorbs the maximum area in that. As per the telecommunication ministry, the tower which they placed, at every 8 kilometers they place the tower. Earlier the signal drops, but now the signal is not dropping because we are using these type of the antennas. Something is with the computer. वही उसमें प्रॉब्लम, आप इसी से कर दीजिए. Now how we have to generate it? I'm taking a very simple mathematics. I'm taking up one example, and that creates a history. Okay, I'm taking a simple function x square plus constant, starting with the seed as x0 and then finding the equations. So what is x1? x0 square plus constant. What is x2? x1 square plus constant. Our job is to find out where this orbit will go. Next. Now I am taking up 3 examples. Instead of C, I am using 3 different forms. One, I am taking x square plus 1. Starting with 0, what is the first iteration? Students? If you are starting with 0, what is the first iteration? X square? Anyway. Okay. Second is 2, third is 5, fourth is, then fifth is 677, and the sixth is 4,58,330. And if you have to calculate 7, so it requires a lot of time. So if we see or we ask that where it goes, so this is goes towards or tends towards the infinity. Next. This is the famous quote by the James Clear, that in the mind's eye, a fractal is a way of seeing infinity. Next one. Now if I am taking instead of 1, I am taking 0. So the example is x square plus 0. If you are putting 0, every time you are getting 0, so it is a fixed point. Is all the orbit or the trajectories are tending towards the fixed point. Next one. If I am taking x square minus 1, then you have a 0, minus 1, 0, minus 1. So it is bifurcating or period doubling. So it is a 2 cycles. One cycle you are getting around 0 and another cycle you are getting around -1. So in the same example, x square remains same, only the constant we changed. In the first case we took +1, then 0 and -1. And we are getting a different nature of the curve. Next one. Now this is the example which created the history. I will explain. Mandelbrot is considered as a father of fractal, and he is a 5th class illiterate person. But he is so good in analyzing the geometry that in 1975 IBM hired him. And they showed him the 3 pictures of 3 signals. One signal is of 1 hour, one is of 1 day, and one is of 1 month. And just seeing that, he said that we are wasting the time. All 3 signals are similar, so we have not to waste the time. And by analyzing one signal, we can analyze the month signal also. Now if we have this one and starting with 0, what are the points? Initial point is 0, then iota. When you are putting iota, then -1 plus iota. When you are putting -1 plus iota, it is minus iota. So these are the 2 trajectory. One is around this and the another one is around this. Now our complete human body is made up of a fractal. And most of the work during the COVID time is based on that. And we have used this method, and the paper was published in Chaos Solidon and Fractal. And our brain has a dimension as 2.73 to 2.79. This is the work which we are doing within MAS, Atomic Research Center and DRDO, and we are almost about to finish this work. And if we are about to calculate this geometry fractal dimension, if we are able to find out, then it is the easiest way or the earliest way to detect the breast cancer. Next one. This is the fractal canopy of the lungs, and we use this for our COVID-19 model. Next one. Next. Now I will show next. This is the picture which I showed you, the cost curve, and this is the, in our all mobile phone you have this chip. So this is the mathematics, simple mathematics which we are using in the engineering. Previous. And this is the picture of the fractal antenna. This is the first, second, third, fourth, fifth. These are the 5 antennas which are combined to form a fractal antenna, and which is absorbing all kind of the signals in our mobiles. Nowadays we are using these antennas in our mobiles. Next one. Next. Now this is the equation which Mandelbrot took, and then he plotted that. Next one. Next. This is the curve, and I think यहाँ पे all are there, and the persons who can analyze this curve. This is the curve which is not a closed curve. This is an open curve. As you are moving inside of that, you are getting the similar structure. Next one. This is the curve I am taking it, and as you are zooming in, you are getting the similar structure inside of that. Next. You see that? Again take a next one. Now this is a small thread, and you are getting this structure. Again the small thread, you are again getting the similar structure. And this is the base of our life also. Inside you have a soul, and that again is moving, and that cannot be disturbed. Next one. Now what is bifurcation? I am not going in much detail. I am only taking one example, through that I am showing you. Next one. Now I am taking a simple example of, this is the equation. All we know that this is a logistic growth model. So xn plus 1 r of xn minus xn square. Here there are the 2 parameters. One is r, and the another initial parameter x0 we are taking. So if we are taking r as 0.5 and x0 is 0.5, then after some iteration it goes to 0. But if we are taking r is 0.8, after some time it goes to some constant as a 0.009. Same way r is 1.0, it goes to be 0.037. But if you are taking R as 1.5, it comes to be 0.33, R is 2.5. But if you take R as 3.2, see that it is bifurcating into two parts. Some parts are going towards the 0.799, some are going 0.513. Next one. If you are taking 3.5, it is going to the 4 points and it is 8 points. And see that this is the fractal canopy. A cell is divided into two parts, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, and this is also a tumor growth model. I gave a one lecture in the AMSE, Delhi, and that how the tumor growth will be there. And now if any chemotherapy session will be done, suppose here, at this point, then this cell goes, but this growth is there. So we have to take care of which point they have to tackle so that the complete growth will go up. Because chemotherapy session will not be done frequently, so the doctor should take care that at which node they have to cover so that the complete growth part will go. Next one. Now this is the compensate angle, which is again a bifurcation part. A cell is divided into 2, 2 into 4, and this triangle is the base for all chemical reaction, all the nanoscience, and still for the quantum mechanics also. And in our computer also, I have not covered here, we are using the fractal grammar. All the computers are working on the fractal grammar. Next one. Now these are the pictures of our body. This is the lungs, kidney, and all has the fractal structures. Next. And this is the quote by the Hammersmith. If you like fractals, it is because you are made of them. If you can't stand fractals, it's because you cannot stand to yourself. Next one. Now I am taking a very simple example or the study which we have done. Next one. Next. Leave it on this. Okay. Next. I am only showing you I have taken the attractor as a very simple way. Take a matrix and find out the eigenvalues of that matrix. Once you are finding the eigenvalue, if you are putting all these eigenvalues equal to 0, you are getting an equilibrium point. If all these eigenvalues are negative, you are getting a stable fixture. If one value is 0 but all are negative, then you are getting one limit cycle. But if you are getting one value is positive, but still sum is negative, then you have a strange chaotic. If two are positive, sum is negative, then you have a hyperchaotic. Next one. Next. Now I have done the COVID-19 modeling using the 3 factors. One is a data science structure, another one is a discrete model, and the third one is a continuous model. Okay. Next. We took the data from January 2020 till 30th June 2020. So approximately 4 or 5 months data. Next one. Next. I'm not going in much about that. Here we have calculated the fractal dimension. Now basically, if anyone is doing a work in epidemiological modeling, that is depend on the reproduction ratio. If the reproduction ratio is greater than 1, then it is going to be a disease which is to be spread, otherwise it is under control. Sure. Next. Now suppose R0 is 2. This means the one person is going to infect the 2 persons. So if next. Suppose a one infected person that is going to infect the 2 and the 2 to 4, like this type of the chain is there. Now because all we are immune, so it is not impacting so much, because if some infected person is there, it is only going to impact one person, but all the immune, so it is not spreading the disease. Next one. Next. Here we are using this model where R, I and T means the R is the recovered or removed cases, S is the susceptible and I is the infected people. And total population we are taking as the sum of all those things. Here we have done a fractal analysis. Next one. Next. Here we have done this thing. Number of confirmed cases we have taken from 22nd January till June 2020, means roughly 160 days. And in the case of the China, it comes to be the 0.81. And the fractal dimension comes to be 1.19, which is less than 1.5. So it is a stable structure. And in case of all the countries, it comes to be this one. But in case of India, it comes to be around the 460 days. And in June 2020, we published a paper, we said that roughly the COVID remains to be around 460 days. And that we mathematically proved it. Next one. Now the another mathematical model, we developed this. Here we have taken the 4 parameter, x1, x2, x3 as a number of susceptible people, asymptotically and infected people, and the recovered and removed people. Next one. And use this. And use this system. And this is a complete nonlinear system. So using a Lipton characteristic exponent, we find out the eigenvalues, and through that we have analyzed that what should be the stable structure. Next. Next. Here we see that it is coming to be stable roughly around after 40 days. But it is starting to be merging after 12 days. So mathematically, the quarantine period of 14 days also proved using these mathematical equations. Next one. Next. 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 This is the model we developed in our lab. Here we have taken the susceptible person, which gives the exposed. So this is the rate at which that is going to be the exposed. Exposed are either asymptotically infected or the symptomatically infected. So these are the rates, and then either they are recovered or they are the reservoir, and then again this type of the cycle is there. Next one. So we have used these 6 differential equations. Next one. Next. Next. And this is the equation. You see that here, if you see the values are coming to be the negative. This means up to 12 days it is a stable structure. But after 12 days, if it continues, then again it comes to be the negative value after the 385 days. So it clearly shows either the person is recovered within a 13 to 14 days, otherwise this disease continues for the 385 days. We are not satisfied this model, then we have created one new model. Next one. Next. Next. Here it is clearly showing if a person is coming in contact, then it is using a period doubling. Means again it infected the person. Next one. Next. All these are the graphs which we are showing. Next. 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 This is the model which we have used. Here previous 3 days data we have taken for the analysis of the 4-day data, and this paper published in the Chaos Solitaire and Fractal. What we have done, first day data, second day data and third day data we took, and using the wavelet neuronal classification we find out the 4-day data, and then we plotted it. Next one. And you see that we calculate x as a 41, actual value is 41 and we forecasted it as a 42, which is very close to that. Next one. And this is the model, this is the model and it covers all the things. And this is the model which was published in June 2020. Here we showed that in the October 2020, first wave will over and then the next wave is there. So this, there we have taken all kind of the sort, data driven, then SIR model, is susceptible, infected and recovered, then is susceptible, exposed, infected and recovered. And this is our model where we have used all the factors: susceptible, exposed, infected, recovered, quarantined, dead and the protected one. We gave this model as a SCQPIRD model, or the RD model. R is me and the another one is my collaborator from Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Professor Datta. So RD is this name of the two persons. Next one. Next. Here we have used these equations. And it took around 29 pages to just to compile these equations. Next one. Just a minute. Here we showed that the first peak is roughly that will over in the month of October. Next one. See this one. The end of first epidemic case is roughly around at October 2020. Next one. Next. Next. And the second wave will be over in India roughly around May 2021. This we are forecasted in the month of June 2020. And roughly the period of this epidemic over in the July 2021. Next one. These are the all converging technologies because we are talking about science and engineering. Here we have used all these technologies: AI, neuronal network, cognitive sciences, differential equation, partial differential equation, numerical analysis. Next one. This is the case which shows clearly that India has a anti-persistent behavior in terms of the fractal dimension, and that's why it was over, but it took a long time. Next. Next. Now we are working on this model of AI. We got some pictures of our real COVID patients, and we are trying to analyze those pictures. Next one. This is the model which was used as using the support vector machine. This is the kernel plane. So it segregated the healthy and the unhealthy persons. Next one. This is some of the bibliography. Next. These are the papers. Next one. Next. These are the papers which were published during this COVID period. Next one. Next. 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 Thank you for listening.
Thank you, madam, for your nice talk. But people are not asking any question. Just I have one query, madam. Whatever the model you have used, some differential set of models, maybe I think it is nonlinear models. I am a little bit confused with the fractional and the fractal. Can you differentiate?
Fractional is in terms of the derivatives part, but
yes,
fractal is in the part of the dimension part.
Okay.
So like Euclidean geometry, you are taking a 1, 2, 3 dimension. So when we are talking about the fractal dimension, we are taking it as it is not 1, it is 1 point something.
Okay.
Like if I said that if Curie temple, you have to calculate the dimension of this structure. Or in a Euclidean geometry, what is the shape of this structure? You are not able to find out that.
Okay.
Because this has a self-similar structure, which is a fractal dimension.
Anybody of you try to discuss? Yes. Micro.
It's okay, we can hear. So it was a nice talk, madam, and thanks for that. Actually, I am from physics background, so I have few doubts regarding the dimension also, because we assume dimension as a different thing, like it may be 2, 3, 5 infinite dimension, but not in fractional way.
Because we have talked about the Newtonian dynamics or a Euclidean geometry. So in Euclidean geometry or Newtonian frame of reference, we are using 1, 2, 3 dimensions. But we know this is a fractal dimension, which is a totally new field, not a new field, but it is existing since 75. And if you see our Indian triangles, all these are the stable structure because they have the self-similar structure, and that's why they are still are the stable structures. So that has a fraction dimension. As you are not able to find out that So it is a between of that.
Okay, ma'am. And one more question I would like to ask, ma'am. Like during Corona, actually, when it was going to rapidly infect every people, government made the curfew. Like it was like everyone in home for a few months or like that. So suppose it would be, so suppose government would not have taken that initiative, then those infecting ratio or something would have been different. So was that calculation made based on the data? Means, suppose it was spreading free flow without any restriction.
Actually, we have applied this model not only on India card. We have applied for India, China, and the America, because GitHub is the site where they have using the continuous data set, okay, from all over the world. And the main drawback during the COVID is to the quarantine or the, I can say, the curfew periods, because that not solve the problem. Unless of that, we have to, I showed you the support vector machine model. The person who are healthy, that should be leave for the to do the work, and the unhealthy people should be the quarantine. So that should be the better model as compared to that. And that's why first peak is up to the October, but the second peak is much higher than that.
And actually, what I was thinking, I know that calculation will be needed to predict that, but was it like, suppose that first quarantine would have gone for more time, suppose 3-4 months extra, then was it possible for the second wave coming? Means
no, because second wave is totally different. It comes afterward. First wave over roughly in the month of October. Second wave started roughly in the month of March or April. That is the two different scenarios.
So mathematically also that first wave and second wave are linked to that.
Mathematically we have proved that the quarantine period, if we are using a 12 days, then it's okay. If it increases the 12 days, more than 12 days, it again doing the repeated processes. So then again it comes to be a stable position after the 385 days.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, madam. It's a nice discussion. Next, we have with us Dr. Ruparnita Gayan. Dr. Gayan is an associate professor at the Department of Mathematics, IIT Kharagpur. She pursued her doctoral and postdoctoral studies at Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. Her area of research are integral equations and wave structure interactions. She has published papers in many international journals, which are included Proceeding of Royal Society, Journal of Fluid Mechanics, Physics of Fluid, CM Journal, and on Applied Mathematics, Journal of Integral Equation and Applications. She has also published books, book chapters, and papers in international conference proceedings, etc. Her paper published in conference proceeding of 42nd OMAE conference held in Melbourne, Australia in 2023 was selected to be the best papers. She has guided 6 students and also actively engaged in research and also project under SARP and DST. With his vast experience, I welcome Professor Gayan to present her lecture.
Thank you so much for
We are getting late, so time for you to
Can you hear me or shall I have to take Namaskar and good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Ruparnita Gayan. I am an associate professor at Department of Mathematics, IIT Kharagpur. So I will talk on the topic, the interaction of water waves by an array of submerged elliptic disks in steam water. So this research actually lies on the intersection of applied mathematics and ocean engineering. So already Professor Karunandan Boda has talked about it, how mathematics can modeling several wave structure interaction problems. So I will not, because of shortage of time, I am not going into details of that. So I can tell that this is, we are working as a group. This the present work that I am going to present here is a continuation of a series of works. We 4 members are associated with myself and Professor Leandro Farina from Brazil, Professor Ranadev Datta from Ocean Engineering Department of IIT Kharagpur, and my student Mr. Azizul Haq, who is present here and who will be presenting in the afternoon. So this work, this series actually initiated with a work that I have done with Professor Farina in 2023. We developed some method for solving a hypersingular integral. Hypersingular integral in over elliptic structures, that was published in Journal of Integral Equation and Applications. Then we employed that method to physical problems. One was this year only, one has been published in Applied Ocean Research, and another recently in Physics of Fluids. So our current work is on some arrays of elliptic disks. So why disk-like structures, or why elliptic disks? Because some of these are very important because they can be utilized as basis for tidal turbines, wave energy converters, and offshore and wind turbines, which are used to extract power of ocean currents and waves to generate electricity. And this is also application in aquaculture. So circular cages or pens, as you can see, that they are used for fish farming, allowing controlled cultivation of various aquatic species of fish. So we are applying our method to solve a problem on elliptic and arrays of elliptic disks. So why do we need an array? So this is because that multiple barriers dissipate wave energy gradually compared to a single wall type barrier. And also, if they are submerged, then it does not hamper the beauty of the ocean. Okay. And also, it preserves the scenic views, as I told, and not interfering with navigation. So there are some important literature. Some first column for the wave and disk interaction, and second column for multiple structures. Okay. So directly I come to our problem. So we have considered an arrays of elliptic disks. For formulation of the problem, we need some assumptions. We have assumed the waves, the fluid to be incompressible and implicit, the flow to be rotational and time harmonic, and our analysis is based on linearized water wave theory, as has been introduced by Professor Bora already. And we have considered an array of general number n rigid elliptic disks, and we have assumed that the thickness of the disk is very small, so that we can consider them to be thin disks. Okay, so for convenience, for mathematical
and the condition on the disk, on the surface of the disk. So to solve this problem, we have applied Green's second identity to the Green's function and the potential function. So you can see the form of the fundamental Green's function due to some source point at alpha, beta, gamma. So and you can see some indentation over the integral sign. So this is taken because you know that this function represents outgoing wave, and this can be interpreted if we take some indentation below some pole psi equals to capital K. So if we apply Green's integral theorem to the Green's function and the potential function, it gives some expression of the potential in terms of the Green's function G and this bracket phi, which denotes the potential difference across the two surfaces of the disk. So all that, if we further apply the boundary condition on the disk, so this gives rise to some a system of hypersingular integral equations, because there are capital N number of disks. So now we need the expression of the kernel, which is the double derivative of the Green's function. So you can see that when n becomes n, when n and m are equal, then the hypersingularity arises. It can be shown from the below line is R. If small r equals to capital R cap, then this capital R becomes 0 and is in strong singularity will arise. So this is the form of the hypersingular integral equation. You can see that it reduces to some matrix integral equation where the diagonals are hypersingular terms. And we proceed to solve this system of hypersingular integral equation by approximating the unknown function in terms of the associated Legendre function and multiplied by some unknown constant. So the convenience of using the associated Legendre function is that if we apply this expansion, then the hypersingular part gets analytically evaluated. So this is the expression for the analytical. This is the analytical expression. So and after that we collocate at certain number of points. The other part of kernel remains the same. So we can solve it by that expansion collocation method, and once we get the solution, we can compute the different hydrodynamic quantities. Yes. So for scattering problem, we compute the scattering cross section, capital Q. by varying the separation between the discs. Next is scattering cross section for various depths. Once we have kept the first disc at its fixed depth, and next we have kept the second disc at its fixed depth and vary the other depth gradually, and each time for the two cases the results are the same, but as the disc moves closer to the free surface, then we get more amount of scattered energy. This is because of the resonance effect of the free surface. So here also we have shown the hydrodynamic force. So hydrodynamic force is also seen to increase when it goes near when the disc go near the free surface. Can I continue? So here we have plotted scattering cross section and hydrodynamic force by varying the geometry of the disc. That is by varying the length of the major axis. So you can see that as the length of the major axis increases, then we get more amount of scattered energy, and also the hydrodynamic force increases. So here also we have shown added mass coefficient and damping coefficient for different separation lengths. So you can see as the separation length increases, the hydrodynamic coefficients increase. So here we have presented the added mass and damping coefficients for different depths and different length of major axis. So you can see that both added mass and damping coefficient. So A12 is the added mass for the first disc due to the presence of the second disc, and similarly damping coefficient B12 is of the first disc due to the second disc, and B21 is the damping coefficient for the second disc due to the first disc. Okay. So here also we have presented added mass and damping coefficients for various depths. So these are some results we could plot. So I can conclude that we have considered the problem of wave scattering and radiation by an array of submerged elliptic disks. So we have reduced the problem to a system of hyperphysical integral equations, which we have solved by an expansion collocation method, and we have computed scattering cross section, then hydrodynamic force, added mass and damping coefficients, then different types of hydrodynamic quantities, and we have compared the previous results with the success, and also we have presented new results. So these results can be used for energy extraction and coastal protections. So, and also this problem can be used as a benchmark problem for solving other advanced problems. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dan, for this encouraging and insightful session. If anyone having any query, please you can ask the question to ma'am. Okay, so already we are there. So esteemed colleague and renowned scientist, Professor Satyaranjan Mishra, to felicitate our distinguished speaker, Professor Swarup Chandra Gora, as a token of our appreciation and respect. May I request Professor Ramprakash Sharma sir, please, sir. Respected colleague Professor Anita Panda to felicitate our eminent speaker Professor Rupanita Gayan as a token of our deep gratitude.
मत लाइक
चलो ये ऑब्वियसली टच करो ना
आ गया
के डिस्टेंस
हाँ हाँ भीतर आम मोर सब एनी टाइम लाइक हो कैमरा रखी के
आगुरी शेड्यूल आम कर
आगे बस
शेड्यूल कर
पड़िया को आई के बड़ी
कहीं आज गो
नहीं सीट पे सब जाई सर ये वो मेरी रो कैंसर के तो आखिर में चलो नहीं तो भीतर भर्ती पड़ेगा नहीं। हमारे को छड़ी कर
I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our session chair, Professor Satyaranjan Mishra, and to all the speakers of this session for sharing their valuable insights and expertise. Now we break for lunch. Please join us again around 2:30. Around 2:30, please we will be again joined here. And please all of you go to second floor this building for the lunch. Okay. Again, someone has lit this key. Anyone?
Take it easy. Yes,
Last time.
It's okay.
First two lectures was weak, third he did not make out what she was talking about.
It's the, I think it's the same thing whatever the first professor explained, but that was in the cylindrical thing, he should have explained the elliptical one. The same but here. And she has got used in lab first and she has got this integral equation method. Actually, the second lecture is at 4:30. 4:30 to 6:30.
So you take one, like I have mine, and her she will be zero.
me was my parents and
Travel and this food should set.
and I was also thinking, yeah, that's it. But I have a tablet tomorrow. You can just open the first if it is there.
If it is not ready,
I'll give you. Sure.
which you wanted to go.
No, that day is finished.
You see, if it's not ready, you see.
It's like I really have the first validation is and first
Maybe training or something like that.
It's not possible to order.
Oh, those people will sit outside and sell. There you got.
We both had one.
What do you want to buy?
Oh, she's
She's not well. She wanted to go to a hospital.
I went here today. I took that medicine. It's not okay.
Better if you ask to those coordinators, no, they can help. You are from here, Bhubaneswar, or outside?
I am from Kerala, coming from SRM AP.
Oh. Then those people only can help you, I think, because they will have facility for anything.
You don't delay. If it is still there, you go and or it will go worse than that. If you want us also, you
No,
tell.
I'll just tell you a couple of things.
You see, if it's not in you, then
पानी भरना है क्या तुम लोग? इसमें क्या भरेगी?
I love water में है, मेरे को थोड़ा पता
ये हो जाएगा तेरे लिए.
तेरा है ना कुछ जो मांगूंगी.
she said something like this. So she has she's
ଫଟୋ କୋଡ଼ିନେଟ୍ କିଏ କରୁଛି ତା ପାଖରେ ଫଟୋ ମିଳିବ
এটা পিয়ারো
ପିଆର ମାନେ
ଶୁଆର ପିଆର
ଶୁଆର ପିଆର ଆଚ୍ଛା ଏଇଟା ଆପଣ ଶୁଆରେ ଷ୍ଟାଫ୍
ଆଜ୍ଞା ଫୋନ ଦେଇଥାନ୍ତ ଫୋନ କରିଥାନ୍ତା ଭଲ ଲାଗିଥାନ୍ତା ଭଲ ଲାଗିଥାନ୍ତା
I think you will probably in this one.
लिंगराज मंदिर 2 बार हो जाएगा, अगर हम पहले जाके आ जाएंगे फिर ये लोग लेंगे तो सेकंड Subspace method is better. Subspace method also, madam, that they explained now. So I saw even like clear if I go and learn it, it is my we can do that.
Welcome back everyone. We now begin our second technical session. We now commence the second technical session of the day. It is my privilege to introduce the session chair, Professor Sampat Kumar Parida from the Department of Mathematics, ITR, Shiksha Anushandan University, Bhubaneswar. We are honored to have you with us to chair this session. May I now request our Professor Sampat Kumar Parida sir to speak few words about our speaker, Professor Deepak Prasad Subedhi.
So, good afternoon all of you. The second technical session comprises 4 lectures. The first lecture by Professor Subedhi, second lecture by Professor Sahu, and the third one and the fourth one by one. So I am inviting Professor Deepak Prasad Subedhi. So Professor, Department of Physics, Schools of Science, Kathmandu University, and he will deliver a lecture on application of low temperature plasma for surface modification of material. So since the physics and mathematics has correlated, so if you have understood the physics, there is insights of mathematics. So without physics and mathematics, no model can be done in practical problems. So now I am inviting Professor Subedhi, and he will deliver a very nice topic on application of low temperature plasma surface modification of materials.
Namaskar and good afternoon. Do you hear me? Is it okay? So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to share my research experience in this important event organized in this historic city of Odisha. Particularly Dr. Atul Narayan for his invitation to be a part of this event. In my talk, I think this work is more applied physics. Yeah? People say that this engineering is nothing but applied physics and applied mathematics. So it is quite relevant, I think. We will see several equations that will satisfy your thirst for equations. There are equations also. Very briefly, I would like to share very briefly about our university, second largest in number and more focused on applied sciences and engineering is Kathmandu University. There's 200 plus programs, nearly 21,000 current students and more than 46,000 graduates. And it is also focused on applied science and engineering. For processing of materials, we can see several types of materials for anti-corrosion, anti-reflecting, anti-scratch resistance, and for keeping the durability of the material, dynamic carbons, very hard materials are also depicted by plasma. So, the basic principle of using plasma for processing consists of selection of the appropriate gas. Whether we want to have reactive ambient or non-reactive one, that we can select by choosing an appropriate gas and then create a species of high potential energy or kinetic energy, allow the species to interact with substrate until the desired goal is achieved. These are the three basic principles that is employed in utilizing plasma for material processing in the industry. So, vacuum under one photons with energy of 10 electron volt will break any bonds in solid material. So there are the importance of application of plasma being responsible for changing the surface property of the material. Here is a typical example. This photograph shows a typical office setup, which consists of 21 items. And each item has undergone further processing. I think I need to say more than this to highlight the influence of local plasma in modern day science and technology. Consists of 21. It is not glass, it is polycarbonate. It is much lighter than glass, so it does not press our nose. But its problem is that surface is not hard as glass. Bulk property is excellent, but surface property has a limitation that it is soft and very prone to scratch. So if we could deposit a layer which is as hard as glass, so we have a very typical substance whose surface is as hard as glass, but is much lighter than glass. So deposition of SiO2 on polycarbonate will suffice the problem, light glass. We can have several other applications. Recently, that we are using the very expensive blade, 3-in-1 Gillette blade. Its price is directly proportional to the hardness of the coating. Harder the coat, more expensive is the blade. And there we use a material that is as hard as diamond, the more hardest material on earth, and that is also performed by using PECVD, plasma enhanced chemical vapor deposition. So why this plasma has been so important? Conventionally, electrolysis method was used for deposition of thin film. But now, that process has been replaced by plasma technology. It is said that more than 66% of the world processing of microprocessor has been conducted by plasma technology, replacing the conventional method of electroplating. The secret lies in this graph. I would like to show you here. This is electron temperature. This corresponds to electron temperature, which is about 10,000 out of 10,000 Kelvin, and this corresponds to ion and neutron, which is nearly room temperature. So there is a huge difference in electron temperature and the bulk of the plasma. There are very few electrons which have enough energy to initiate chemical reaction, but the bulk of the plasma is near room temperature. I can give you a better example of fluorescent lamp, tube light. The electron inside that tube light has a temperature of 22,000 Kelvin around, while we can hold it by your hand. So this medium can simultaneously exist hot and cold. So you have electrons which are very hot, but the bulk of the medium is cold. That's why it has been possible to deposit even metal films on thermally sensitive material. You know, these days the articles like pen, etc., made of plastic but coated with, I think here it is here. Here this one. It is metal coated in plastic. Conventionally it would have been impossible because to make a coating of metal, you have to evaporate it to several thousand Kelvin, but polymer melt at nearly 200 degrees Celsius. So substrate is very temperature sensitive, and metal needs very high temperature to evaporate. So it was contradictory, not possible. But now the film deposition can be carried out room temperature because of this thermal non-equilibrium. Those high energy electrons will initiate the chemical reaction, but they are very few, so they will not be heating up the medium. And the bulk is at room temperature. This thermal non-equilibrium has made it immensely useful in industry. So electron temperature is high enough to induce desired chemical reaction at the surface of the solid, whereas the bulk of the plasma is at ambient temperature. So since 1980s and afterwards shown that it is possible to generate non-thermal plasma at atmospheric pressure. I would like to say that this type of reaction was originally carried out at low pressure under vacuum, which is quite expensive. And after 1980, it has been shown that we don't have to buy those expensive vacuum pumps and vacuum chamber and pressure gauges. We can produce the plasma even at atmospheric pressure. So we were interested in that type of plasma, which is cost effective, not expensive. Although we have purchased already, we had purchased 3 equipment from Bangalore to start our research, and now these devices have been used for training our students, but the research is being conducted at atmospheric pressure to design new type of reactor systems. So this one, sorry. Okay, T means this one. Tn is that comes from temperature of the neutrons. Te for electrons, Ti for ions, and Tn for neutrons. So this type of plasma or the ionized state of matter has found profound application in environment, biology, energy sector, and material surface treatment. In today's talk, I am taking only this part. Other 3 will need a separate talk or separate branch of study. My focus on today's talk will be this one. Although we have been working on this and this sector also, but in this presentation I am focusing only on material treatment. So why atmospheric pressure versus low pressure? If we see that the cost of processing of material under vacuum is around $1,000 per centimeter square, whereas in atmospheric pressure it is $0.05 per meter square. There is a huge difference in the processing cost. That has driven the interest in research in atmospheric pressure plasma. So, if we use this type of plasma produced at atmospheric pressure, we don't have to buy these three components. That will reduce the cost. Moreover, it is easier to handle. Operational maintenance is quite convenient compared to low pressure discharge. So here is an example. When we were treating this textile that is used in car tires for enhancing the mechanical strength by inventing rubber and textile, our motivation is reduce cost of installation and operation, ease of operation and possibility of continuous treatment. One fundamental difference between low pressure and atmospheric pressure plasma is that in low pressure we cannot have continuous treatment. There is batch system. Load one sample inside the vacuum, make the treatment and take it outside. But in atmospheric pressure, it is possible to have this continuous treatment by rotating through a belt, because there is no pressure difference between the system and the ambient. So this is our interest. We have been working in collaboration with our colleagues from Thailand and Malaysia on developing cost-effective plasma technology for biomedical materials to improve the wettability, particularly hydrophilicity of materials. So this is the layout of plasma physics laboratory at Kathmandu University. It has three principal domains: plasma generation, diagnostics and application. In plasma generation, we are interested in both types of research, but this low pressure distributed discharge is only used for training of plasma students, like Pascal law verification, Langmuir probe used for plasma diagnostics, whereas atmospheric pressure plasma has been practically applied for solving some problem like water treatment and seed treatment and material processing, and also gaining some fund for research because it is applied research. And in application, we have these 5 different domains: thin film deposition, surface modification, water treatment, plasma medicine, and quite recently in plasma agriculture. We have so far trained 6 PhDs, 11 MD students, and more than 40 graduate students from our laboratory in these areas of research. So this is a glimpse of our laboratory. Here we can see low pressure discharge system. It was purchased from India, Bangalore, quite long ago. And this is also from IPR. This was purchased from IPR, but this was developed in our own laboratory with atmospheric pressure. This is also low pressure system. This is low pressure system, but this is atmospheric pressure system. Designed and produced in our own laboratory indigenously. So basically, this plasma is very simple in its design. What we have is 2 metal electrodes, and these metal electrodes, and there is a barrier of dielectric material. It can be glass, polymer, or ceramic, which has a high dielectric strength, and apply high voltage of the order of 3.3 kV per nm. We can have a medium here, glowing medium, like this one. You can see several types of plasma that has been produced in our laboratory. They have different purposes. For example, this type of plasma is called plasma jet. Quite useful in medicine. Plasma medicine is an emerging field of research where it is used for wound healing, sterilizing, and cancer cell treatment. So another is surface discharge (SD), used for ozone generation and also for aerodynamic purposes to reduce the viscous drag of high-speed devices. So there are two systems. Which one? This one is produced by 50 Hz, that is line frequency, whereas this one is produced by 30 kHz power supply. Both are atmospheric pressure plasma, but they are produced by different power sources. One is line frequency, directly 50 Hz. We have 50 Hz in Nepal, and another is 30 kHz. It is more expensive. This power supply is expensive, but this is quite cheaper. So even in atmospheric pressure, we are interested in line frequency, simplest one. So this is the experimental setup of our research. Here we can see that this is a discharge chamber is here. Argon gas is supplied from here. This is optical emission spectrometer. It is used to characterize the discharge and measure electron density and electrode temperature. And there is a high voltage probe. And this is the current probe and this is voltage probe. They are coupled to this PC, and they will give this current voltage waveform and emission spectra from which we can obtain the characteristics of plasma. We need to prove that this is cold plasma. That means the electron temperature and ion temperature are not equal. Thermal non-equilibrium plasma, that can be verified by study of this discharge properties. Here we can see current voltage waveform of the discharge, and this is emission spectra. It is very important, a powerful tool. Emission spectroscopy is a very powerful tool. Here maybe research students may be interested in this tool, that in our nursery rhyme we used to say, twinkle twinkle little star, how I wonder what you are. But these days, because of this spectroscopy, it is said that twinkle twinkle little star, we know exactly what you are. That much is the power of this emission spectroscopy, and we are using this device to identify what are there in the discharge. This wavelength in the x-axis identifies the type of species, whether it is argon or nitrogen or oxygen, whereas the y-axis gives their population, their concentration. So by looking at the spectra, we can find out what type of species are there and what is their relative concentration. Can be very easily identified. And this is for the determination of electron density using electrical signal. Just by measuring the current density, we can find out the density of electrons per centimeter cube electron in the given discharge. And one more question that frequently arises in this research is how much power is consumed by your discharge. So this curve, this graph known as Michaud curve, gives the energy stored in the energy consumed by the discharge. The area of this loop gives you the amount of energy absorbed. We measure the current and voltage and plot on beside the figure, and the area of the loop gives you the power, or if it is I and V, it gives power. If it is Q and V, it gives energy. So this is the way to measure the energy consumed by the discharge. So this equation, I think this slide makes it relevant to this conference, this applied mathematics. I must have some equation there to relate it, to make it more mathematical. While we are talking to students of biomedical engineering, we avoid mathematics. But while we are talking with the students of mathematical background, they enjoy seeing equations. So Here I am showing some of the spectra that have been used to calculate the temperature of electron using a line intensity ratio method. This is called optical emission spectra that enables us to identify the excited species in a plasma and their relative concentration. And now I come to the application of this plasma. So I will be talking about two applications. One, to change the property of the polymer and use it for certain practical application, medicine or agriculture. So why we should modify polymer? There are some examples of why polymers are so useful these days is because of the mechanical, excellent mechanical property, high strength to weight ratio, easily recyclable, cheaper and non-corrosive, but their surface property is poor. They are soft. And if we could change the surface property, the polymers are unsuitable materials to be used due to their low surface energy and poor wettability and poor adhesion. So if we could change this property, then they will be a wonderful material. Bulk property is already excellent. So how plasma changes is shown here. If a polymer is subjected to plasma, this mechanism may take place. The neutral species, ionic species will bombard the surface of the material and alter the physico-chemical properties, leading the enhanced wettability or adhesion. Here is a clear difference between conventional wet etching and plasma etching. In conventional method, etching used to be carried out by liquid. That is isotropic etching, means when a liquid penetrates this region which is unmarked, a liquid is isotropically etch the material equally in all directions. But our objective was to make a rectangular well in fabrication of IC or some electronic circuits. We wanted to make this rectangular well, but in liquid etching, this will be like this. It has a poor precision. But in plasma, because of the electric field guided ions will be etching, they will be anisotropic. They will cut a rectangular well. But in liquid, it is not guided by electric field, so it will be like this. So this is the difference of conventional etching and plasma etching. You can see the precision. So these are the properties that we want to tailor by using plasma. In the functional group, weighting and printing, these properties can be tailored by plasma technology. So our main objective is to convert this type of sample to this one. This is a polymer sample. If you put a drop of water here, the angle of contact will be greater than 90 degrees. This is called hydrophobic surface. But after plasma treatment, this will change into this type of material where water will quickly spread, making a smaller angle of contact. That is hydrophilic one. So that has quite important application like printability, dyeability, and adhesivity. If you want to print something with ink, the surface should be hydrophilic. Otherwise, the ink will not remain there for long. So there are many methods for achieving those properties, like electrical treatment, wet chemical treatment, mechanical treatment, thermal treatment. These are conventional methods, but they were labeled with poor reproducibility, poor controllability, and environmentally unfriendly because they use a lot of toxic liquid. So plasma has solved this problem because it is dry and low temperature process, ease of operation, environmentally benign, and can induce physical and chemical changes through several processes. So the main mechanism when a plasma is used to treat a material, it will remove the contamination. It is a technical word, you can say that cleaning. Cleaning in science is called removal of contamination. It is nothing that is argan of words, you can say cleaning. Okay, then surface activation, grafting and cross-linking. So by selection of gas, if we are using reactive gases like oxygen, carbon dioxide or even water vapor, it will be more chemically dominated reaction. Whereas if we are using noble gases like argon, helium, xenon, neon, then the reaction will be more physical. So here is a scheme how the functionalization takes place. If it has a hydrophilic functional group on the polymer surface, it will be hydrophilic. And that can be easily seen through Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. Here is an example how a polyethylene sample can be made hydrophilic by attaching this OS group in the polymer chain. The energetic electron will break one of these bonds, and this hydrogen bond will be, this hydrogen atom will be replaced by this OS, which is hydrophilic surface. And we are using this system for the measurement of hydrophilicity quantitatively. This system enables us even to calculate the surface energy from angle of contact with two test liquid, water and glycerin. So if we put the values here, we need theta W with water and theta G with glycerin, and this gamma LP and gamma LD are known parameters that is inserted in the software in this device. So we have two unknown quantities, gamma SP and gamma SD. To determine two unknown quantities, we need two independent equations. I am making it a bit mathematical. So we must measure angle with two test liquid. So we will have two equations, and that will give us two values. From there we can calculate the surface energy. How much time I have? Okay, so I will be wrapping up. So I will just show you some of the slides here where we have applied the material. You can see here, this is a polyethylene terephthalate. This is untreated sample, and this is plasma treated sample. You can see a drop of water. This larger angle of contact, but after treatment, this water drop spreads and angle becomes smaller. Why this surface has changed is because of this roughness, but this roughness has a scale of nanometer. With naked eye, there will be no difference, but if you see it with atomic force microscope, we see a huge change in the surface. That may have made it more hydrophilic. So finally, I must tell you that this plasma was applied by students of biomedical engineering to develop a adhesion between aloe vera gel with polymer. They wanted to coat aloe vera gel on polymers, but that coating was not durable. And they approached our laboratory to help them to make the biomedical coating to polymer with better adhesion. That is what we have. Yes, this was their application. Test of adhesion between biomedical material. Here they extracted aloe vera gel and applied that gel to polymer sample, and then they this surface became hydrophilic. This is hydrophobic, but the coating of aloe vera makes it very hydrophilic. But when this sample was subjected to shiny flow test, all the film was delaminated, almost all was delaminated. Means aloe vera gel was not adhered to the sample very well. So what did we do after that is that before depositing of the aloe vera, this sample was treated in plasma, and then only it was coated. Then it remained for a longer time. Here are some examples in polypropylene, polyethylene, polycarbonate, and polytetrafluoroethylene. In all these, there are very hydrophobic materials, and this after aloe vera gel, they have become hydrophilic. So our job was to help them to improve the adhesion between the biomedical coating and polymer by treating plasma. That's all, nothing more. So that is how it was applied. And last but not the least, I will show you this agriculture that we are now latest result on. We are using this plasma for treatment of seed, and that has our preliminary results have shown that the treatment of seed in plasma enhances both germination rate as well as seedling growth rate. So here are some seeds in carrot and mustard and many different types of seeds. So I would like to summarize. Develop homogeneous atmospheric pressure directly barrier discharge using 50 power supply. Determine the plasma parameters using electrical and optical methods of diagnostics. Apply the plasma for surface modification of polymers. Investigated the polar and non-polar part of the surface energy. And APDT was successfully employed to improve the adhesion of aloe vera coating on polymer samples. So I would like to acknowledge our collaborators and international funding agency, national funding agency that has supported our laboratory for our research. My PhD is currently working PhD student and 4 more PhD students. Thank you very much for your kind attention. If you have any questions,
sir, I have one.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, like normally when we develop the plasma jet or something, the vacuum chamber is more necessary. Like we have to first create the vacuum, and it is easy to produce plasma. But when we are talking about cold plasma, so what is the mechanism? Because somewhere we have to pay to the nature if we want to develop plasma, either make the vacuum, make it vacuum, or if we are not making vacuum in the other method which you are saying. So what is the main difference in
the main difference is that in atmospheric pressure plasma, because the pressure is higher than vacuum, you cannot have a wide gap of electrodes. You know, the breakdown of gas is not only a function of voltage, it depends on pressure also. So if you are producing plasma in low pressure, you can have wide gap between electrodes. But in atmospheric pressure, you cannot have wide gap, maximum 5 mm. Otherwise it will be unstable. But in atmosphere, low pressure, you can have wide gap even 10, 20 centimeters. Because at low pressure, it is easier to produce discharge than in atmospheric pressure. But you must buy vacuum chamber and pressure gauge and vacuum pump. The difference is the inter-electrode spacing. That can be larger in low pressure, but you have to reduce it in atmospheric pressure.
What about that plasma jet you were talking about? So
In plasma jet?
Plasma jet,
That problem of narrow spacing can be overcome if we use plasma jet. It is the discharge that is taken outside of the electrode system by making a rapid flow of argon. So it is useful even if you have larger sample that cannot be accommodated in narrow gap. So for that, one problem is that 50 Hz power supply cannot produce plasma jet. You need to have high frequency, either radio frequency or kilohertz frequency.
So as you know that the plasma is the fourth state of matter, and since it is available in stars and lightning, but atmospheric plasma is another one, means at atmosphere it interacts with the materials. So it has many ample of applications in biomedical and also engineering, and SAR has also set up laboratories for doing this research. So for this, and SAR has given a nice talk and also information about the application of this atmospheric plasma in biomedical engineering and also medical engineering, and also agriculture. Thank you, sir, for your nice talk. So the next invited speaker is Professor Amar Prasad Mishra, sir. So I am inviting you for your for deliver your lecture. So Professor Mishra is the faculty Department of Mathematics, Vishwabharati University, West Bengal, and he will talk about the non-linear wave interaction in realistic magnetoplasma, pattern information and temporal chaos. So sir, please start your lecture.
Okay, so first of all, I sincerely thank the organizers of this conference. This session is fully dedicated to some kinds of plasma science, technology and plasma physics. So I will be speaking on a little bit research oriented, but still I have two presentations, two slides for the basic plasma. Professor Sureji already talked about some basic plasma, some density and temperature regimes. So I will repeat that. And my focus is to start with the basic plasma waves and how the interaction of two kinds of waves, high frequency and low frequency waves, can give rise some kinds of chaos, and that can lead to the turbulence. So similar scenarios we can experience in water wave phenomena and also non-conducting medium like atmospheric fluids, which includes also the neutrons. So I am from Vishwabharati, it is in West Bengal, and Vishwabharati University is the oldest university in India. So it was established by Rabindranath Tagore, Nobel laureate. And in 2023, it has been inscribed by UNESCO as a heritage place. Okay, so so these are the contents. This is fine, and we can start from the very introduction part. And if we think of a media like a plasma media, very diverse media and very rich, in the sense it has lots of properties, and specifically it's an ionized gas, and if we have as so people know it is a first state of matter, but from the Big Bang theory it is a first state of matter, because if you just go back to the At the beginning of the universe, everything was so hot, so nothing was in the solid state, liquid state or gaseous state, but the plasma state. So because we are living in the earth, so as it cools down, so we can have successively from plasma state to gaseous and liquid and the solid state. But here we first appear solid as the first state and then plasma as the fourth state of matter. So typically plasma medium, that is a collection of charged particles, can be classified depending on the temperature and the density. So starting from the laboratory plasma, plasma processing, atmospheric plasma, high density plasma. So I will be focusing on here mostly high density plasma in which the particles are typically degenerate plasma. So that means some kinds of degeneracy pressure will come into the force, come into the picture. And how the degeneracy pressure can influence the interaction of high frequency and low frequency waves. Specifically, I will be considering some kind of electromagnetic waves, typically circularly polarized electromagnetic waves, and also the low frequency wave, that is electron acoustic wave. So before that, what kind of plasma medium can support some basic plasma waves? So one is the electrostatic waves, one kind of, and another kind of electromagnetic waves. So electrostatic waves can have Langley waves as the basic plasma oscillations that can propagate as time progresses. And electron acoustic waves, so also not the Langley wave, but it's a low frequency wave, so that can also be excited. And also the ion acoustic waves, so that is when the ion oscillation is considered compared to the in which electrons are considered as an inertialess due to their fast movement and also low mass. Similarly, for electromagnetic waves, we have typically three kinds of linearly polarized, circularly polarized, and elliptically polarized waves. And also some other kinds of wave, magnetohydrodynamic wave, magnetosonic and Alden waves. So I will be focusing here specifically the electromagnetic waves. So now basically if we consider some high frequency wave, you have the high frequency oscillations, and then it's a low frequency oscillations. So what will happen when they interact or they get coupled? So what will be the scenario? The importance is that, so it was first investigated by Zakharov, Russian physicist V. Zakharov in 1970. 1970 he first published a paper like water wave phenomena, fluid phenomena. He thought that some interaction of high frequency electrostatic and low frequency some density perturbations, they can interact and they can form different features like formation of coherent structures and also the emergence of some fluid turbulence. So what is the mechanism here? So people have investigated lots of mechanisms for the investigation of fluid turbulence, but one of the mechanisms is whenever high frequency and low frequency waves interact, they exchange their energy. Of course, the energy exchange takes place, some kinds of instability mechanism is there, and instability threshold is there, and when it exceeds the threshold, so different kinds of and infinite many kinds of waves can be excited at the initial stage, and as they interact, as they get influenced by the low frequency waves, so their localization get disturbed, and that's why they can transfer their energy to the higher harmonic modes, and in this way some energy transformation takes place, and as the energy transformation is faster, so then it will lead to some kind of turbulence. So here I have considered some kinds of simulation problem, because we have solved some kind of equations, some Zakharov-like equations which govern the electromagnetic wave and the electrostatic wave interaction. So motivation is that because recently some kind of environments like massive gigantic stars like white dwarf stars, neutron stars, because at the end stage they just emit, basically their magnetosphere get compressed, and due to the compression of the magnetosphere, the high magnetic field is generated, and whenever the magnetic field gets generated, the electric field fluctuating becomes higher, the field becomes higher to accelerate the particles in the medium. And then particles get accelerated, they just ionize the medium, surrounding environments. So that means at the same time, the radiation spectra that emanate from the compact astrophysical objects as X-rays or gamma rays, so those can be circularly polarized electromagnetic waves, and they can also drive and interact with the generated ionized medium like highly degenerate plasmas like electron acoustic waves, which support the electron acoustic waves. So basically here the wave-wave interactions, we consider some coupling of the electromagnetic and electron acoustic waves. So specifically we consider three density regimes in which the degeneracy pressure, degenerate density is moderate relativistic degeneracy. That means whenever the density regime is 10 to the power 29 per cubic centimeter or higher, and some more higher density gives rise some strong relativistic, and also some higher beyond the 10 to the power 34 per cubic centimeter. So then what will happen? As per the consideration, we will allow to form some kind of solitary patterns. So how they can be generated through the simulation process at the initial stage as per our selection, and then we will see that some kind of temporal chaos, coexistence of temporal and spatial partial coherence. So there are three steps basically. Before a state leads to the turbulent state. So one has to confirm with the temporal chaos and coexistence of temporal chaos and spatial partial coherence, and then the spatio-temporal chaos. I will go successively, and those can be tested by some numerical as well as statistical analysis. One is temporal chaos is to be characterized by the largest Lyapunov exponent, which gives the positive values, and spatial partial coherence, so correlation functions. So that means how the typical neighboring trajectories of the 2 points or particles, how they are related, correlated. So that will be measured, and also their mutual information, how they can share their information, how they get deviated from one to another. So that information we need for the confirmation of spatio-temporal chaos. So these are the very important basic equations. So one might be familiar with the Zakharov-like equations. If you see the first equation is looking like the nonlinear Schrödinger equation, because there is a cubic nonlinearity, and also this pointer is not working. Maybe which is the pointer? Okay. So this is the cubic nonlinear term, and this is the non-local nonlinearity. So whenever this is absent, so that means, and this is a slow response equation of electrostatic electron acoustic waves. So typically it looks like a KdV lag equation, which gives the water wave phenomenon, because you have a dispersion as well as some time evolution part, as well as some nonlinearity. So this nonlinearity is basically electromagnetic wave driven conductive force. This is the vector potential of the electromagnetic wave, and whenever you have a slow response, that means if you neglect the time derivative here, so you will get n in terms of a square, modulus of a square, and whenever you substitute here, so then and combine the cubic nonlinearity, it will give the nonlinear Schrödinger equation. So that means whenever you have a nonlinear Schrödinger equation, so people will be looking for some localization of some kind of solitary waves or solitons or enveloped solitons. So whenever those solitons will have influence by the electrostatic waves, so solitons will no longer propagate as a stable structure. So their structures can be perturbed, and what will happen, so that we are going to see. So typically this is the high frequency dispersion relations for the electromagnetic waves. and some different terms contribute. For example, here R0 is the degeneracy parameter, which specifically specifies the density regimes, and other terms, and this is the ND0 is basically the number density of the degenerate species, that is electron degeneracy, and NCL, this is the low population of electrons, because we have considered two kinds of electrons. One is the highly dense degenerate electron, other is the classical low population electrons. So this is the normalization. I will come to, okay, so to simulate the equations, we have basically considered some plane wave solutions, and before that we modulate the wave amplitude by means of some plane wave perturbations. So that is why we consider some kind of modulation of the vector field, A electromagnetic wave vector field, by some plane wave form, and also the density, electron density, and then we modulate by plane wave perturbations. So what we will see, we will have the dispersion relation for the modulational instability. So modulational instability basically is the mechanism for the localization of electromagnetic or electrostatic envelope solutions, because you have some kind of critical wave number or critical wavelength, so that for which you have the maximum energy to be localized for the generation of soliton. So beyond that, the soliton can lose energy by transferring energy to other kinds of waves when they interact with them. So that is the process. But whenever there is no interaction, only the envelope soliton formation is secured by means of nonlinear Schrodinger equation, not coupled to some electrostatic wave equation. So then soliton can for a longer time can survive as an envelope soliton. But this is the instability threshold. So this is the instability threshold for which we can have some kind of critical wave number, beyond or above which we can predict some kind of destabilization or stabilization of the wave amplitude. So this is the instability growth rate. As you see, there is a critical wave number at which the growth rate is maximized. So that means because the wave number is inversely proportional to the wavelength, so as the wavelength exceeds, so there may be some kinds of localization, and before that, as the maximum wave number is here also at that point Km, so as K greater than Km, so instability growth rate falls off and there is a cutoff at a finite wave number. So that means, so there are two regimes basically. One is 0 less than K less than Km, and other is Km greater than K and less than equal to Kc. Okay, some conditions we will be considering here. For example, to test the temporal chaos and the spatiotemporal chaos. One is the Lyapunov experiment, as I said, and another is the statistical analysis, that is the correlation function, and also the mutual information. I will come to this point if there be any query. These are the standard functions which you can find from the literature also. Okay, so then this is the instability growth rate, and you have several regimes for the energy localization. So you have, for example, you have Kc, the maximization of the energy, and also the instability growth rate falls off as Km increases. So that means this region, so before K less than Km, so there may be the K decreases. K decreases to 0, that means you can have the possibility of excitation of many initial modes which have large wavelengths. So that means you can have, as the growth rate tends to become 0 at the final stage of Kc, so you can have some kind of stable region, temporal or periodic or quasi-periodic region. So as we move on towards the Km, from Kc to Km, so then you can have the coexistence of temporal chaos and also some kind of coherent structures. As we go down means as you go below the Km maximum level, so that means you have the possibility of excitation of many modes, and as you excite infinite number of modes, initially many number of modes at the initial phase, and if you allow them to interact themselves with the emission from the electrostatic interactions, so they can have the possibility to get fused. So it will be seen from the numerical simulation. So here the temporal dynamics due to our pattern selections, initially suppose we have considered in the regime where K is 0.15, not so small. So then you can excite a few number of modes with the master mode and some kind of due to the pattern selections. So you see, as we go, initially excited 3 modes at the different wavelengths. So first to interact and then get fused, and third one excited but disappears. So here you can see the 3 modes excited initially to interact and collide and then fuse, and again they interact with another mode. So similarly, here many excited modes can be considered at the initial stage depending on the K as we go small beyond the Kn. So that means as K is small, due to the pattern selection, because K is the box of K inverse is the number of modes to be selected in the pattern selections. So you have the possibility to have the more collisions between the modes. So now to test whether some kind of chaos appears, because we have tested the temporal chaos, because Lyapunov exponents all are positive, so that is fine. The second one is, but there is no correlation. The correlation function is not so zero as R increases, the correlation length increases, still not zero in both the cases, and also the mutual information not exactly zero. But in the case of 0.043, whenever many waves can get excited, so you can have mutual information tend to become zero. So that means at this stage you can have the possibility for the emergence of spatiotemporal chaos rather than the temporal chaos. So similarly, if you can summarize here also, then you can have some information about the wave-wave interactions at different wave numbers as you go below from 0.15 to 0.043. So there is some critical values and the possibilities of and different scenarios for the correlation function and the mutual information. So similarly, as we go forward to the moderate density regime, that means if we just go beyond the 10 to the power 13 per cubic centimeter regime, so then you can find initially there are 3 excited modes. So then due to the pattern selections you will have some interactions, but you still they. So interaction is so rapid and fast, they can get fused and just there is only one mode. So that means initially excited many modes can then collide frequently and they can interact, they can exchange their energy, get fused to represent a higher harmonic mode. So that means a redistribution of energy which was initially stored at a few wave modes, they transfer to the higher harmonic modes. And as the interaction, as the transfer of energy develops due to the chaotic features in an intermediate state, so that has the possibility to emergence of the turbulence. Okay, so similar test is here also, Lyapunov exponent positive, and you see still for the 2 cases, whenever K is large, there is correlation coefficient still has a positive value. But at 0.047 we can have some kinds of zero values for both the cases. Yes. And then finally, whenever you have a high density means ultra relativistic regimes, so then you have already in all the cases, so we will have the possibility for the generation of spatiotemporal chaos. Okay, so let us now conclude, because the wave-wave interaction is the mechanism, specifically high frequency and low frequency wave interactions is a kind of mechanism which can give rise several phenomena, out of which one is the chaos whenever we consider some temporal dynamics of the interactions. spatiotemporal curves whenever we have space-time dynamics in his by equations like high frequency wave equations for like which gives envelope like solenoid equations and other slow response from the electrostatic waves like KdV-like equations. So when they interact, those kinds of interaction of electrostatic, electromagnetic or two electrostatic high frequency, low frequency waves. So they are so important not only for the emergence of chaos but also important for the emergence of envelope solutions. So which will have some kind of technological applications for energy transformation or signal processing. This is a summary. So how do we investigated for different regimes considering the starting from the moderate to the ultra relativistic level. So this is the summarization. So future plan means some nonlinear partial differentials can be is a future problem by using some physics into neural networks or AI based some kinds of programming we need, but still we are pursuing this. And also thanks for this is the Upasana Griha of Santiniketan, Vishwabharati. And finally I would like to thank for all because I have been associated with this journal for a long time. So from 1st September I will take the role of editor-in-chief for this journal. So you are most welcome to submit your most valuable work.
Thank you, Dr. Lisa. And he spoke about the nonlinear wave interaction and the presence of magnetic field and the chaos situations, how we can handle using this technique. So thank you, sir, for your life.
Thank you.
Let me invite the next speaker quickly because we are running 40 minutes left.
Sure.
So Professor Pradimna Kumar Sahu, he is a friend of mine and we have worked together for several years.
We know each other from 2003.
But I have finished time. Hopefully I have finished time. Keeping the time. Just looking out. Oh, sorry.
No. Actually, that is sufficient. No. Nowadays, no introduction required because you just know the name, put in Google Baba. So Google Baba will give everything. So no need to go for any introduction nowadays. Okay, fine. Now I will go with my instruments. Okay, so first of all, thanks to Dr. Akul and the team for inviting me to speak something about my research. Okay, so coming to the talk, so I'll go for the wormhole geometry, the title, and here you can see a mathematical solution which can reveal the new science. So I'll go for something new which is not there. And before going to the talk, I told in the morning Bura sir that Bura sir is my friend, as he mentioned, his first student Subhash Martha, who is my classmate for +2, +3, MSc and MPhil. From 92 to 2000. We are in same hostel, same thing, we are 8 years we are together. So he is the first student of Professor Bora, and Professor Bora started about the ocean and I will go to the sky. We will go for the reverse. Right. So the outline is I will introduce the wormholes and then I will go for a simple mathematical model, what is the mathematics behind it. Then I will speak what is the research we are doing nowadays in the modern science and I will conclude. So I will try my best to conclude in 30 minutes, I will not take more. Okay, so before going to the talk, so how many of you heard about this term wormholes? Anybody any idea? Okay, so nobody knows about the wormholes, right? Okay, so how many heard about the black holes? Okay, so many people knows about the black holes. Okay, so I will connect the black hole with the wormhole, right? So I will try my best
to give some introduction what is the wormhole, and I hope everybody will get to know that what are the wormholes. So this is my first question. Is it possible that time travel through wormhole? Yeah. So if you leave the last one, so what about the time travel? Is it possible or not? Huh? Okay, I will take you again to the time travel. Let me start. Huh? Yes, madam. Yeah, so that I will take in other way. Right. So let me start with a movie which is The Contact in 1997. How many of you watched this movie? Movie Contact. Okay, it is 1997, so many people know. Then coming to Thor. Anybody watched the movie Thor? Okay, so that was something I watched. Now coming to Interstellar. It is there in 2014. Right. So if you go for the movie Interstellar, so Matthew and Kenneth, so this actually they use a wormhole to travel presence in the universe in search of the habitat planet. So in the movie Interstellar, actually Keith Truman, who got Nobel Prize in 2015, not for this wormhole, he got for the accelerated expansion of the universe, but he is part of this movie, Interstellar. Okay. So if you go for these 3 Hollywood movies, in these 3 Hollywood movies, the concept of wormholes are used. Next, coming to the television. So if you go for the Adventure Endgame, so there is a time machine concept which is used to go back to the time. Right? Next. So once the COVID started, 2020 March, right? So once the COVID started in 2020 March, what happened? All the theaters are closed. There is no theater. Then what is the medium for entertainment? OTT, right? So before that, nobody knows what is OTT. Okay. So once the COVID started, so since all the theaters are closed, so the OTT channels are, after that, everybody now going to the web series. All are mad for the web series nowadays, because that is the creation of the COVID, right? So if you go for a web series, so there is a web series called Dark Web Series. Okay. So if you have not watched, please watch this web series. In the Dark Web Series, the wormhole idea is used to connect the past, present and the future. So how to connect these 3? So where we started, what is the present scenario, and where we are moving, what is our future. Okay. So to connect all these 3 things, so you can go through the Dark Web Series where this wormhole idea is used. Fine. So if you go for this Adventure Endgame or the 3 Hollywood movies or the web series, right? So this I used to call, these are the science fiction. Okay. So these are the science fiction where the wormhole concept was used. But the question is, what is the exactly science behind it? Fine? Okay. So now, that is what I mentioned here. So what is exactly the wormhole and how they work in this time travel? So we'll go for the travel from one galaxy to other galaxy or one space to other space. What concepts are used in this theory? Right. So let me start with the wormhole. So the wormhole particularly it is a shortcut. It is a shortcut between 2 space-time. Fine? So how will you visualize it? So simply that's why I bring the paper. So let me start with this. So I just took a piece of paper. Right. So this side is A, this side is B. I just put 2 points. So what is the shortest distance between point A to point B? Straight line. Right? Okay. So now I will fold it into the 2-way dimension. Right? I will go for a folding now. So this is called the embedding. Like if you go for the Green's theorem, first integral, second integral. If you go for the Stokes theorem, the second integral is related to third integral. So like that, I go for the embedding now. So what I did, from point A to point B, I made a hole, and then this is my shortcut distance. Fine. So the same thing was given here. So the 2D is embedded in a 3D diagram. Fine. So then you will get this is the shortcut distance. Is it fine? Okay. So that is what I mentioned here. So a 2-dimensional space, folded a piece of paper embedded in a higher 3-dimensional space. Fine. Then if you go for the 2 points A and B, then this is the shortest distance in place of going for the straight line. Right. So that is what the idea, the shortest distance, which is developed in the wormholes. Okay. So coming to the 3D. So the iconic diagram in the 3 dimension is known as the Schwarzschild embedding diagram. Fine. So this is the Schwarzschild embedding diagram which we use in Riemannian geometry. Fine. So if you go for the upper part is called the mouth and the lower part is another mouth. So there are 2 mouths in both the sides and the middle one is known as the throat. So a throat connects 2 mouths. Fine. So the same thing, the same concept was used in the Hollywood movies. So here is one galaxy, other side is another galaxy, then this is the shortcut distance. The shortcut distance between two galaxies. So one can travel from one region to the another region through the shortcut distance. Then the mathematics is coming to the picture, then how the throat will open, so that one can travel in between that. Right? So that the geometry will come to the picture. Fine. So in Einstein's general theory of relativity, these wormholes are filled with exotic matter. So this is the main term in this wormhole geometry. Then what is the exotic matter? So there is a mathematical equation which deals with the exotic matter, that I will come later. Right. So this Einstein's theory of relativity started in 1915. Then 1916 the Schwarzschild solution came to the picture, and in 1935 Einstein-Rosen gave a shortcut distance which is called the Einstein-Rosen bridge. After that, this mouth and throat, which already I mentioned in the MDM diagram, so let me skip it. Then coming to the name. So who gave this name as wormhole? Okay, so the concept is given by John Wheeler in 1957. So the idea is like this, you just go for the apple. Okay, so suppose you have taken an apple and there is worm in this end. So the worm wants to travel from this end to other end. So how will it travel? So it will travel through the skin of the apple. It takes more time. So what will do? So he just make a hole in this end and he will exit in that other end. Fine. Then that is the shortcut distance for the worm to travel from one end to other end of the apple. Is it fine? So that is what the idea how John Wheeler coined this name as wormhole. So now coming to the MD diagram. So one side is the mouth, other side is another mouth, then the shortcut distance is the throat. Fine. So that is what John Wheeler gave this name as wormhole in 1957. Right. Now coming to these two pictures. So if you come for the left hand side picture, okay. So you take your handkerchief. Fine. You take your handkerchief and put some material in. What will happen? You will get a sag in the center. Fine. So I just kept a pen. So if I put a heavy object on this paper, what will happen? It will tear. Right? It will tear and fall down. So that is what basically the two pictures. Okay. So in the left hand side picture, when you add some weight, then you will get the fabric will have sag in the center. But when you go for supermassive objects, when the mass is so high, then you will get a tear. That is what basically the black hole. The black holes are nothing but supermassive objects. Okay. So due to supermassive, they have so high mass, anything can enter, even light can enter, it cannot exit. Right? So that is what the second diagram. Okay. So that is what basically the two figures what I gave here. And in the second figure, what happens? You will get a tear. Now, if one can travel from one end to other end, then the wormhole comes to the picture. Okay. Right. So
can you consider that one as a super wormhole?
no, because nothing. So I am coming to that. So that is the next question I kept here. Okay. So the next question is, wormholes are not black holes. Right. So go for these two pictures. So what these two pictures say? So yeah, it is there. So coming to this left side picture. So if you see the wormhole, right? It is a two-way trip. You can from Bengal to Puri, and you can return to Bengal again. Okay, you can visit Jagannath and go back. But if you go for black hole, you can come to Jagannath, but you cannot back to Bengal. So it is a one-way trip. There is only one way. But if you go for the wormhole, it is a two-way trip. One can enter and exit. Right? So that is basically the basic difference between the black hole and wormhole. So the next question is, do the wormholes exist? Because if you go for black hole, so from the childhood we know about the black hole, right? And it is a mystery. Nobody knows what is the black hole. Only we used to speak. But in 2019, April 10, the Event Horizon Telescope captured the image of the black hole, which is a huge news. Right. After that, now there are so many images are coming of the black holes because we have high-end telescopes which are there in the sky, and we are capturing the images. Right. That is what the research going on. So, like we exactly captured the picture of black holes in 2019 April 10. Is there anything regarding same question in wormhole? So the answer is no. Till now, there is no existence of wormhole observationally. We have not captured any image observationally till now. But the theoretical solution to the Einstein's field equations. The Einstein field equations are nothing but the first order ordinary differential equations. So that solution says that like black hole, because when we are getting singularity, then we are talking to the black holes. So the same way, there are some equations mathematically which tells us that the Einstein's field equations giving us that there existence of the wormhole. So let me go for the wormholes. Okay, so that's what I wrote here. There is no observational evidence, but there are theoretical solutions. Fine. Okay. Now what is the basic idea? So how we construct the wormhole, right? So we want to create a traversable stable wormhole. Why traversable? Because we want to travel from one end to other end. So we need a traversable wormhole, and it must be stable, right? Okay, so then we have to go for the two-way traversable wormhole. So it may be intra-inverse or inter-inverse. Okay, so this is basically a diagram to attract the people that Einstein is moving from Earth to Asgard. So the Andromeda galaxy. The Andromeda galaxy is the nearest galaxy to Earth. So Einstein is moving from Earth to Andromeda galaxy through a wormhole. Fine. So how mathematically it will possible? Let me go for the mathematics. And this is Einstein. So this is a mouth. This is two mouth. Okay. So now this is the basic things behind the wormholes. Right? Now let us go for the mathematics. Fine. So what is the mathematics behind the wormholes? So now to study the wormhole geometry, we need three basic things. The first thing is a static spherically symmetric metric. Right? Then what is the metric? So it is very simple. As I talk about the distance, the shortcut distance. So if you go for 2D, suppose you have point P with coordinates x, y, another point Q with coordinates x plus dx, y plus dy. Then the distance between the 2 points P and Q is, students, so what is the distance? So simply we are used to tell ds is equal to root under dx square plus dy square, or ds square is dx square plus dy square, right? So if you go for simply 3D, so again two points, then it will be ds square is equal to dx square, dy square, dz square, right? So this is what 2D and 3D, right? And the first lecture, Professor Bora introduced the time coordinate. He talked about the time. So since we are going for cosmology, Einstein's theory of relativity, we consider time as the fourth coordinate, right? So if you go for the time coordinate and use it, then what is the distance between 2 points in a space? So we enter the four-dimensional geometry, which is the Riemannian geometry. We will fail the Euclidean geometry, so Riemannian geometry will come to the picture, right? And we consider that our inverse looks like a sphere. So that's why we used to consider a static spherically symmetric metric. So that is the distance between 2 points in the space. Then the second thing is you need a matter. Okay, what is the matter content in the inverse? Fine. So first thing is the geometry, which is the distance. Then second one is what is the matter content in the inverse, and the third one is a framework, because you need a framework which relates the geometry and the matter. Fine. So these are the three things which require to go for a mathematical model in general theory of relativity. Okay. So this is the wormhole metric. So the static spherically metric in spherical coordinates r, theta and phi, and t is the time coordinate. So if you go for this metric given in equation 1, there are two unknowns. One is phi, another is the b. Okay. So b and phi both are functions of the radial coordinate r. Fine. So b is known as the shape function and phi is known as the redshift function. As I talked that we need a stable traversable wormhole. So if you want a traversable wormhole, then the redshift function must be constant. So phi must be constant. Now we will play with the b. So this shape function plays a major role, because as I mentioned that whether the throat will open or not. If the throat will open, one can travel. So that will measure the shape through the function b of r. Fine. And the radial coordinate in general starts from 0 to infinity. But here we used to consider the radial coordinate is from r0 to infinity, where r0 stands for the throat radius. So the radial coordinate runs from the throat radius to infinity. Okay. Right. So now there are minimum set of conditions which must satisfy the wormhole geometry, like your system of equations. So we will go for. Okay. So there are 4 conditions, out of which 3 based upon the shape function and 4th one on the redshift function. So the first condition is the throat condition. So the throat condition says that b of r0 must be r0. That means the shape function at the point r0 must be r0. So this is known as the throat condition. Then the second condition is known as the flaring out condition, like a trumpet. Okay. So if it is not a trumpet, then you cannot exit. So that is what called the flaring out condition, and it says that the slope Okay, dB by dr at the point r naught must be less than 1. And the third condition is known as the flatness condition. It should be flat, the inverse. Okay, so the asymptotically flatness condition says that the ratio between the shape function and the ideal coordinate tends to 0 when r tends to infinity. So these are the three conditions: the throat condition, flaring out condition, and the asymptotically flatness condition, which are imposed on the shape function v of r. So these are the minimum requirement for the wormhole condition. And the last one already I mentioned, for a traversable wormhole, this redshift function must be constant. So these are the four minimum requirements when you go for a model of the wormhole geometry. Okay. So let me go for the exotic matter. As I mentioned, the exotic due to the presence of exotic matter in the universe, there is a wormhole. Okay. So how will know whether the exotic matter is there or not? Fine. So as we consider the matter, okay. So there are energy conditions. I will just skip this. Okay, so there are energy conditions. So importantly, we used to study four types of energy conditions. The well-known energy conditions are the null energy condition, weak energy condition, strong energy condition, and dominant energy condition. So there are four energy conditions. They are the Raychaudhuri equations. The Amal Kumar Raychaudhuri gave the equation. Okay, and they explains whether the geometry is space-like, time-like, or light-like. Okay, so we used to study the energy conditions to distinguish whether it is time-like, space-like, or light-like curves. Okay, so the first condition is the null energy condition. The null energy condition says that if you consider the matter content in the universe is a perfect fluid. Okay, so if you take the matter content of the universe is perfect fluid, then perfect fluid has the pressure and the density. Okay, so the density plus pressure, I mentioned Pi because it is the radial pressure and the tangential pressure. So the density plus pressure must be positive. Okay, so if this is not positive, if it violates, then it indicates that the universe has exotic matter. So the violation of null energy condition. Yeah, that is what basically this is what we used to say. This is the condition for the null energy. Okay, this is the convention. What you told the null energy. So we have a pressure and density. Fine. To measure the energy conditions, whether the curves are light-like, time-like, or space-like. So we used to go for the pressure plus density. Okay, like I will come to the latter part also, because you have to take the when you go for the differential equation, then you have to take the equation of state, the relation between pressure and density. You cannot solve the system. Okay, now coming to the weak energy condition. So in the weak energy condition, it is just the extension of the null energy condition that the density is always positive plus the null energy condition. And the other two are the strong energy condition. So the strong energy condition tells that the rho plus pi, okay, so these are always positive, which is basically the extension of the null energy condition, and it tells that the universe is always attractive. And the last one is the dominant energy condition. So the dominant energy condition says that the density always dominates the pressure. The density is greater than equal to pressure, magnitude of the pressure. Again, one question will come, why it is magnitude? Because the negative pressure is the indication of dark energy. Because if you go for now the present research, we all ever talk about the dark energy and dark matter. Okay, so if the pressure is negative, then we used to tell that it is due to the dark energy. Right. So these are the popular four energy conditions, out of which we will consider the first one, the null energy condition, where the density plus pressure must be positive. And if it is not positive, okay, then there must be exotic matter in the universe. Right. So now let me go for a toy model. I will go for simple model. Right. So the famous Einstein's equation, the field equation is given by equation 9. G mu nu is equal to 8 pi G T mu nu. So G mu nu is the Einstein tensor, which describes the geometry of the universe, and G is the gravitational constant, and T mu nu is the energy momentum tensor. So the matter content in the universe. So if you take, as I mentioned, the matter content is perfect fluid, then we will get, if we expand this equation, we will get these three differential equations. Okay, so now 10, 11, 12, we have three equations with four unknowns. Because you have radial pressure, tangential pressure, density, and the shape function. So we have four unknowns with three differential equations. So how to get an exact solution? Okay, so to get the exact solution, we may take a relation between pressure and density, which we call the equation of state parameter. You can take equation of state parameter and reduce the four unknowns to three unknowns. Otherwise, what is the other way to solve the system? Anybody can tell? How will you find the solution for these three equations? Okay, so the other way is if you go for differential equation. In general, differential equation has two types of solution. If it is constant coefficient, then what solution will get? We have a differential equation with constant coefficient. Then simply you will get e power x is the solution. So that we used to call the exponential law, the exponential solution. In other way, if it has variable coefficient, then the solution is roughly for x to the power n. Either you will get e power ax or x to the power a, right? So in general, we have two types of solution. One is called the exponential solution, and other one is the power law solution. Fine. So either you take exponential or power law. General, when you used to start the graduate students that differential equation, start with constant coefficient, consider y is equal to e power mx is the solution, then y prime, y double prime, substitute, find out n, then go for y. So that is the general procedure we used to do, right? So either you will use the exponential law or the power law solution. So what we did here, we have taken a power law solution. Fine. This step function b is r power n. This is the power law part. And we have just taken the r naught to manipulate it. Fine. So taking this power law solution, what I did through the figure, as I mentioned, we have three minimum requirements. Fourth one is the redshift, but on this step function we have three conditions: throat condition, flaring out condition, and the asymptotically fatness condition. So these three conditions we verified through the figure. Okay. Then the next question is coming. There is an unknown n. So what we did is with this unknown n, right? Because we have a parameter here. Okay. So what we did here, now we came for the energy condition. So the null energy condition is rho plus Pr with radial length. Null energy condition in this model. Okay. So now we need, there must be a wormhole. For the wormhole, the null energy condition should violate. So what is the value of n? So that your right hand side will be less than 0. Okay. So if you consider n is less than 1, right? If you consider n is less than 1 here, then always this value less than 0. Fine. So that indicates that the violation of null energy condition will give you that n is less than 1. So this is the model how we used to show that for n is less than 1, there is a exotic matter, hence the wormhole is present. Fine. Okay. And this is the ending diagram for this model, because the equation is dz by dr is this. So in this equation already you know the value of v and r, you substitute it and draw in Mathematica or MATLAB, anything you use, and you can draw the figure. Right. So this is what the toy model. Now next coming to the what is the research we are doing. Right. So particularly the question is whether wormhole is a science or science fiction. Then how can you prove the model or disprove it? Then next question is it that only exotic matter is required to prove the wormhole or there is something else? And if the researchers will succeed, then you can answer the first question. Because the first slide I started whether time travel is possible or not. Right? Okay. So just I will skip it. So what we did, we proved that without exotic matter also there are wormholes. Okay. So in this article we proved that the wormholes in R-square gravity without this exotic matter. Okay, it is published in European Physical Journal with my first student Parvati, who is now assistant professor in Hyderabad Autonomous College. Okay, this is basically the graphs how we did this model. So basically, if you go for this, it is a modified gravity, and we have taken again the power law form and the values of the three parameters. Then we show that how it is traversable. Fine. Okay, so here is another wormhole. We have considered the generalized uncertainty principle. We have used the generalized uncertainty principle to go for the wormholes in active gravity, and this was published in Journal Relativity and Gravitation. So here we have used various cases, the parallel plate, then parallel cylinder, two spheres. So basically, this is what are the mathematics we used here. And coming to this picture. Okay, so this is picture I take particularly which is published in Astronomy and Astrophysics. Here we use the simulation. Using simulation, we prove the exotic tidal wormholes. Fine. Okay. Now I have just one question. That like I mentioned that the black holes image captured in 2019 April 10. In a similar way, the researchers started. Okay. So now the Indian government has a quantum mission, right? So in the quantum mission, what we did in November 2022, November 2022, there is a group of physicists they have used the quantum computer, the quantum bits, and they created a wormhole in the laboratory. And it was published in Quantum magazine. And we hope within next 10 years we can capture the image of wormhole. Because the work which was already started in the laboratory by quantum computer, it will come. That's what we are guessing. And we are going through that model and we'll see. Okay, so this is just give me the conclusion. And there are some open problems which going on and people can do research presently. Okay. Thank you. So if I have any questions, then
no questions. So thank you, Professor Sahu. And he spoke about the black hole and the wormhole. So what I understood, the black hole means only one way, and the wormhole is the two ways. One is enter and another is out. So thank you, Professor Sahu. And some of the research scholars of our department also working in this field. If they want any kind of help, then you contact Professor Sahu. He is very expert in this field, and also he is very helpful person in this regard. So thank you, Professor Sahu, for that. So next, our last speaker of this session is Professor Sachin Kumar, and he is from University of Delhi, and he spoke about some of the dynamic behavior of bright and dark solutions of highly knowledgeable equations. We will finish this talk within 15 or 20 minutes, because the next session will start after this.
Well, once again, good evening all. Myself Sachin, I am from the Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematical Sciences, University of Delhi. First of all, I thank you for giving an invitation for this wonderful international conference. Apul and Professor Bora. So today my topic on the analyzing the dynamic behavior of the bright and the dark solid interaction of a specific variant of a highly nonlinear evolution equation. So, as we are aware of that, what is the importance of differential equations? So, before we are going to the differential equations, up to the graduation level and the post-graduation level, we have idea to find the analytic solutions of a first order, second order differential equation. We are talking about the linear equations only, but we are cannot talk about the non-linearity. So, as the differential equations, how to govern these equations? Suppose x is a position vector. If we differentiate with respect to x, so we will obtain a velocity, and again we derivative with respect to t, so we will get the oscillation. So, the equation that relates one more on function and their derivative which govern a differential equation. So generally, functions represent the physical quantity, their rates of change, and the differential equation defines a relationship between the two. So the types of differential equation, we are aware that there are the two types of differential equation, the ordinary differential equation and the partial differential equation. The ordinary differential equations, the different kinds of differential equations. The first order linear differential equations is dy upon dx plus pxy is equals to qx, where p and q are the first order is the function of x. Second order differential equation, the d2y upon dx square pxy dy dx plus qxy is equals to rx. And the partial differential equations, they are the three forms: the elliptical form, the hyperbolic, and the parabolic form. These are the main forms: the Laplace equation, how to write, heat equations, and the wave equation form. But we have no idea to find the analytic solution of if we have the nonlinear equation having the more than 2 or 3, 4 independent variables. So basically, my talk on to find the analytic solutions if we have the 4 or 5 independent variables in your nonlinear evolution equations. So as we are aware that in the last 2 or 3 decades, the researchers finding the analytic solutions of highly nonlinear evolution equations which plays an important role to understand the various dynamical behavior and the qualitative behavior of the nonlinear phenomena in the various fields like oceanography, plasma physics, mathematical physics, and the nonlinear dynamics. So analysis of the physical model allows us to predict and understand the possible behavior of the corresponding. Suppose if we have a highly nonlinear equation, so how to get the solution and to discuss the behavior of the obtained solution. So today I am giving a talk on the Lie symmetric method, which is introduced by the Francis Lie. The elementary examples of the Lie groups are the translation, rotations, and the scaling. The nonlinear application. Today, the Professor Bora given a talk on the time-dependent problems and the ocean mechanics, which is the nonlinear evolution equation depends on the time-dependent variables. So the nonlinear evolution equations are the mathematical order that describe the time evolutions of the physical phenomena where the nonlinear type play an important role. Yeah, we can say that the nonlinear evolution equations is also a subclass of a nonlinear partial differential equations. So today the Professor Bora given the three types of waves. The first one is the turbulence. Second one is and the main is the shallow water wave. So as we see that we can find the solutions of the shallow water waves equation or a water wave equation, it is easily found as compared to the turbulence equation if we have a known. Okay, so this is the wave equation. Suppose the wave is the string wave, and this type of equation is also arises in the oceanography or oceanophysics. So first, how to find the analytic solution and which important method to apply to finding the analytic solution. So these are the some well-known analytic methods to solve the nonlinear evolution equation. The first one is Lie symmetric method, Hirota, Jacobi elliptical method, generalized conditional symmetric method, exponential function method, inverse scattering method, hyperbolic tangent method, cascading, and the more researchers working on to generalize these also method. I am also and my team also working on the generalization of these methods. So today I am giving on the top on the Lie symmetric method. Why I am talking to the Lie symmetric method? Because it's a powerful technique to finding an analytic solution. So first, which type of a nonlinear equation we are dealing? How to write the 2 plus 1 dimensional KP equation? So this is a 2 plus 1 because x and y is the spatial coordinates and t is the temporal time dependent. It's a KP form of equation. The 2 plus 1 KP BPM equation and the 2 plus 1 modified CBS equation. Why it is called 2 plus 1? Because x, y, t are there. Similarly, these are the well-known equations. Suppose here write the 1 plus 1 KdV, it's a very famous equation, and if you are talking about the solitone solution, so this is the main original equation to finding the solitone solution of the form. And these are the equations are the constant coefficient. The one of the more important equation is the variable coefficient. AT, BT, CT and KT are the variable coefficient. So here these are the two types of equation. One is the constant coefficient equation and this one is the variable coefficient equations. Now, how to apply the Lie symmetric method? Suppose I am taking 3 plus 1 dimension generalized DKT Gaussian equation, and this is a highly nonlinear equation because this term, the Vx Vy is a derivative with respect to x, is a highly nonlinear equation. So that we can say this is the highly nonlinear evolution equation, and here V is a function of x, y, z and t, is the amplitude along with the 3 spatial and the 1 temporal coordinates, and the substrate denote the derivative of V. And so why we are applying the Lie symmetric method on these equations? So first we have the literature survey. There are the many authors working on this equation. Dan et al. Constructing the rational solution of the solitone form solution for this governing equation by using the bilinear method. Wasba and L and Tavi applied the simplified Hirota technique and established 1 and 2 solitone solutions. And the Verma and Kaur applied the transitional Panelet method and obtained several explicit solutions. But we can apply, if we are applying the Lie symmetric method, so we find the infinite number of solutions, because as we are aware of that, suppose if we have a differential equation, so it means that if the differential equation have no solution, the one condition, the second one is unique solution, and third one is the infinitely many solutions. So we are talking about to finding the analytic solution in a infinite way. So now If you are applying the least symmetric method, so these are the basic 3 books for reading out the PJ Oliver is the application of Lie group of differential equation, the Blumen and Comine, the symmetries and differential equation, and the Blumen and Collet, the similarity method for the differential equation. If you are learning this method, the least symmetric method, so these are the main 3 helpful books for how to apply this method. Because I am taking this governing equation, this one is a 3 plus 1, means x, y, z and d. So I am taking for this method, assuming one parameter Lie group of transformation as x star is equals to x plus epsilon xi x is the order of epsilon square. Similarly, we write y star, z square, t star and v star. X corresponding to epsilon, sorry, xi x, y is corresponding to phi, z star is psi, and d star to tau, and v star to eta. Here, these are the infinite summary generator. If you are applying the least symmetric method and you can find the infinite summary generator, then we can apply this method. If you cannot find the infinite summary generator, so we cannot apply the least symmetric method. So by using this condition, we can write the infinite summary generator is as xi x upon del x plus phi del upon del y, psi del upon del z, t tau del upon del d. So this is the main infinite summary generator equation, and this equation can be written as dx upon xi x, dy upon phi, dz upon psi, dt upon tau, and dv upon eta. So because the given equation is the fourth prolongation equation, so we use the fourth prolongation of tau, and this is the basic method how to write the fourth order, the BKP, the governing equation into the invariant conditions. And these invariant conditions, these infinite summary generator having a it's a long term of mathematical expression. I am putting this mathematical expression into this form, so we will get, after solving it, we will get the determining equation. After solving this determining equation, so we will get the infinite summary generator. So this is the first aim, to find the infinite summary generator for a governing equation. If you cannot find the infinite summary generator, so we cannot apply the least symmetric method. So here we see that xi is a function of c1 upon 3x minus 3t. So here we see that c1, c2 are the c1 and c2 are 2 constant, and f1, f2, f3, f4 are the 5 independent functional parameters. It is very rare to find the analytic solution in terms of an independent functional parameter. Okay, so how to apply this? So suppose by applying the least symmetric method, so first convert the infinite generator. The constant can be written into the form of vectors form. Suppose I am writing c1, because c1 is here x upon 3 corresponding to xi, and c1 is there phi t corresponding. c1 is here and c1. So we write the vector v1 the corresponding to the constant c1, x by 3 del upon del x, y del upon del y. Similarly we write here the c2 is only is here with respect to only c2 is corresponding to xi x, sorry psi. So here write the c2 means corresponding to c2 means v2 upon del y. So similarly we write the other vectors in the form of 2 constant parameter and the 5 independent functional parameter. Now we take the first, we check the Lie brackets. So here we see that by using this Lie brackets, the commutator table close under the vector. So here we see that this row corresponding to the column vector with the negative sign, means skew symmetric. If this commutator table is closed under the given operation, so that we say that if you find the analytic solution, it always is a closed form solution. So by choosing, because here having a 7 vectors, so we find the solution with respect to the combination of v1 plus v2, v1 plus v2. So we have a number of combinations, but we have choose the desired combination of a vector. Suppose I am taking the 7th form of the linear combination of vectors, suppose v1, v1 plus v3, v1 plus v7. So I am taking suppose of v1. Okay, so here because the previous condition of the associated infinite summary generator condition, so we write the Lagrangian characteristic equation, we write as dx upon xi x, dy upon phi, dz upon dm. So here the symmetric reduction for the vector v1, so So we write this equation in the form of this one, dx upon x by 3, dy upon y, dz upon 5z upon 3, and dt upon t, and dv upon minus p by 3. And we know that in this fraction how to solve it up to the graduation level. Suppose dx upon dz, so we will get a one constant, dy upon dz. So solving this fraction by using x, y, capital Y, and this form. So putting the value of this small v into the main governing equation, because the main governing equation is a 3 plus v, means the 4 independent variable is there. So putting this small v into the given equation, so we will get this equation is a 2 plus 1. So here we see that the x, y and t is there, the capital Z is removed from the governing equation. Now again we apply the least symmetric method for this equation, because I am talking about to find the infinitesimal generator. So we are using the mathematical software Maple to finding the infinitesimal generator. If you find the infinitesimal generator by the paper pen, so it takes almost 3 or 4 months to finding the infinitesimal generator, because my PhD on the Einstein field equations, and I am finding that this infinitesimal generator, and I am taking only 1 plus 1 nonlinear partial differential equation. So it takes 6 months to finding the infinitesimal generator, because I am talking about here the 2 constant and the 5 independent functional parameters. So if you find the solution infinitesimal generator by the paper pen, so it takes almost 1 year to solving this equation. But today's scenario, because there is a highly computational work to finding this infinitesimal method, so it's a simple task to find the infinitesimal generator and then apply to find the analytic solution. Because we are aware of that, to finding the highly nonlinear equation, to find the analytic solution of these highly nonlinear PDEs, it is not easy, because we are handling the 4 or 5 independent functional 4 and 5 independent variables. Okay, so now the first reduction apply. So we will get the here the 2 plus 1 nonlinear abelian equation, then apply the least symmetric method on this equation. So we will get the another infinitesimal generator. Okay, same thing we have done earlier. So we will get the associative characteristic equation solving this equation. So suppose I am solve this, dy upon dt means s is equals to y upon t. Here x dx upon dt, so we will get this one, dv upon dt, so we will get this form of solution. Putting this capital V into the previous equation, this one. Okay, by the backward substitution, so we will get the 1 plus 1 nonlinear equation. Means 2 time reduction, we will get the 1 plus 1 partial differential equation. Again we apply the least symmetric method on this equation, so we will get this infinitesimal generator. By solving it, so we will get putting this solution into the previous equation, means this equation. So we will get the nonlinear ordinary differential equation. As we know that with the ordinary differential equation as easily solvable as compared to the nonlinear partial differential equation. So this is my main task to solve the nonlinear ordinary differential equation. But we have to hit how to find the solution, because today, or if you are go to the conferences, so we are talking about the physical phenomena of the governing equation. But the main task to finding the solution, how to find the solution in an analytic way or a numerical way or a approximate way, or the dynamics system is stable or unstable. So the main important task for the PhD student is how to handle it. The governing equation is a highly non-linear dimensional equation. So here I am talking about is a ordinary differential equation, but here the order of 4 is a highly non-linear term, h into h bar. So for choosing the solution is a polynomial form of solution. Suppose I am writing here hw is equals to a plus bw plus cw square plus d upon w plus e, and putting this equation, so we will get the 2 form of solution is a particular solution we can say, but here we get the 2 solution of this form, but putting this value in here hw, so we will get the g, and putting g here, so we will get the capital B, and capital B is here, so we will get this small b. So it means by the backward substitution, so we will get this analytic solution of this form. And here we see that the x, y, this is a function of capital X, small x, y, z and t. So here x is there, y is there, z is there and t is there. No independent variable is removed in the closed form solution. So this is the beauty of the least symmetric method. Now I am taking the another linear combination of symmetric reduction here, v1 plus v3, and solving this equation by the main form of the dx upon x by 3, dy upon y, dz upon 5z by 3, dt upon t, dt upon this form. Solving by the characteristic equation, so we will get the small v in the form of the integral equation form of. Putting this small v into the main equation, so we will get the 2 plus 1 non-linear equation. Apply the least symmetric method, so we will get another form of. So it means key 3 times reduction means by using the least symmetric method, so 3 times reduction we will get the non-linear partial differential equation. Same applying by the main rule, polynomial form of solution. So here we see that the solution, the main analytic solution in terms of the integral form and the independent functional form of solution. And I am writing here the solution in the form of independent functional function. So I am choosing here, suppose f1 is z, so we can take as a hyperbolic form of solution, as a trigonometric form of solution, as a rational form, as exponential form, because here is a function of z. So this is the beauty of the solution, what you have to choose the form of the function. So same thing, I am the same thing, the same procedure we follow the another form of the linear combination. So I am just showing the another form of the solution. Here also the 3 another solution. And the importance is today, if you find the solution, analytic solution, to show the dynamical behavior of the obtained solution. So here the 3 distinct dynamical structure of the elastic interaction between the curved state, multiple lumps and the Ornstein oscillating multi-soliton form of solutions. The same another reduction, and here we see that in the form of the solution, in the integral form of solution with the independent functional parameter, and we have a choice that we will take as a polynomial form of solution. So here we see that the 3 distinct dynamical structure is a parabolic form of with the relevant parameter. Suppose I am taking this relevant parameter of. Okay. Now this is the first constant coefficient equation. Now I am taking the another variable coefficient equation, the 2 plus 1 dimension DLMT equation. So here I am taking the equation is a highly the variable coefficient equation AT UTX plus BT YT, and here is these two are the nonlinear terms. And same to apply the least symmetric method, so we will get the infinitesimal generator of this form of the solution with the integral form of and then the root BT and the AT form of. And solving it by the least symmetric method, so we will see that is the solution in terms of the functional independent functional parameter. And the beauty of the solution, just 2 minutes only. So this is the beauty of the graphics. Suppose I am taking this solution G2T and G1X, because I am talking about here. So I am taking to get this graphics, suppose is a single peak of solution, is a doubly peak of the solution, and this is the multi peak of solution. Because the solution having the independent functional parameter, so I am choosing the form of the solution is minus 3x e raised to the power minus 3x square by 2. So if you are getting this type of graphics, so it depends on your numerical simulation how to put the function to get the beautiful graphics of the I am using 3 mathematical software to finding the infinitesimal generator, so Maple, and to handling the problem. This graphics is the mathematical. Okay. So these 3 graphics depends on these relevant parameters. So second one is minus x square minus 1 exponential minus x square by 2. The important thing is what is your to find the beautiful graphics on your obtained solutions depends on your to taking the function form of solutions. Okay. Same another. This is the lump frame of solution for this solution. when I am choosing, these are the relevant parameters. Suppose K is 2000, A is 58, alpha is this one. Okay. And another form of solution, because here only one independent functional parameter, so I am taking here T plus 2T. So it depends on your numerical simulation, which type of solution you have taken. So these two problems solving by the least symmetric method, because the mostly researcher on working on the different analytic method or the modified technique of the analytic solutions, analytic method. So these type of equations we have already solved by our student, the 3 plus 1 dimension Salowater-Taylor equation, 2 plus 1 Pavlov equation, KDV equation, 3 plus 1 KDV equation, Jimma-Wally equation, and generalized fifth order nonlinear equation by our group. And I am not talking about here the 2 plus 1 because I am here using the generalized exponential function method, but I am just to see how to graphics by applying this method. So we will get this is the beautiful graphics of this equation. And another solution, when we have a solution of the form of the cosine hyperbolic and the sine hyperbolic form of the solution. Now we are also the future work, the motivated by the different analytic methodology. We have successfully formulated some powerful methodology designed by our the nonlinear partial. We are also modified this version, the modified generalized exponential rational function inverse d dash upon d expansion method, and these the method is the published in the optical quantum electronics paper with my student Monica Nivas, and another paper in the nonlinear dynamics, and the third also is the optical quantum electronics. And this is our research group, Nikita, Amit, Brij Mohan, Monica, and Suman. So I always acknowledge my students, those who are working hard to publishing good publications in highly indexed journals. So these are the selected references. Thank you so much for listening. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, you can deal, because I am just giving this talk. This is the method. This is the method to handle a system of equations. Yes, we are also applying this method on the system of equation also. Suppose I am taking this coupled equation or the system of 3 equations, and it is highly nonlinear. Suppose the independent variable is 2 or 3. I am also dealing. Yes, you can handle it. Yes, yes. But the important is if you find the infinitesimal generator. If you find the infinitesimal generator, then no worry. Yes, we can try if you collaborate with me. So no problem, because I know that you have you are from the physics background and I am from the mathematics background. So it is a good combination.
Yeah, there are lots of unresolved equations.
Yeah. Yeah, I have solved, but like the main problem is how to write the graphical interpretations of the obtained results. Yes. Yeah.
So real world is very complex in nature. Just to it. So most of the realistic problem is a highly nonlinear partial differential equations, and to solve this partial nonlinear differential equations, somehow some cases it is not possible, some cases it is possible. But what are the methods, analytical methods to solve this? So we explain about the least symmetric method for highly nonlinear partial differential equation for this. And thank you, Sachin Kumar sir, for this nice presentation. So if you have any queries, then
you can ask, no problem.
We have 4 parallel by 6 parallel sessions are there. The students are participating.
If you have curiosity, no, you can ask. You can ask.
So it is the time for felicitation for all the.
Yeah, only my question. Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay. Yeah.
First question is the reduction from the PDU to OD from 5 variable.
Yeah, I apply 5 times symmetric reduction by using the list method. Yeah.
So what is the condition that reduction is possible?
Yeah. On the parameter. is the gain or yeah, it is the gain.
First question.
Yeah.
Second question is if there are four generators V1, V2, V3 and V4.
Yeah.
What is the suitable combination of them?
Yeah, it's a nice question. It is the main feature. If you find the optimality conditions to apply it, the optimal system for a one-dimensional and the optimal system for a two-dimensional equation, then you will get the suitable linear combination of the vector.
What was the first question? The first question was when the reduction is possible.
Yeah, reduction. If suppose in the generators, suppose 2 or 3 constant parameter, not independent. So it depends. You are taking suppose 2 constant parameter is not equal to 0 or a 1 0, because we cannot take all the constant parameter is 0. Okay, so we always choose at least non-zero, 2 or 3 constant parameter. It depends on in the infinite generator is a 5 constant parameter or a 6 parameter. It may be a 2 or 3. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Actually, the second time I was wondering whether I will also listen to the lecture or not. But since I need to continue, I thought I will come and attend this lecture. Then I thought it will look bad if I come only for his lecture. So I have attended 4 lectures, 4 different types, 2 related. I'm basically aiming at the younger ones. So even like myself, I'm so senior person, but from each of the lecture I have learned new things. This is now after listening to Sachin's lecture, I was thinking about some non-linear equation, how to solve it. Then Professor Mitchell's lecture also way introduction, I got some new ideas. Then listening to Professor Sahur, it has enlightened me. Actually, on wormhole and black hole, and also listening to Professor Sudhiri, I have learned many things I never knew. And if you are there in the first term, Professor Rasmi Gorodwas, he talked about fractal dynamics and all those things. Actually, I was thinking of applying that. Then one I listened to Rasmi, actually I got better ideas. And when I heard to Panita, also I saw the new problem. So I have attended 6 lectures today, and I think I have learned from each of these lectures. And I actually those lectures are very well prepared. So I thank all the speakers of this and those 2 lectures in the first lecture.
So I want to say one more thing. I have attended and giving a invited role in the many international conferences. But today I have listened 2 or 3 lectures. Is a very beautiful process of Agora. So it's very good. Something. Of course, my friend make it down. So really, this type of international conference will be beneficial and helpful for them.
May I now request our respected Professor Sampath Kumar Parida sir to felicitate our distinguished speaker, Professor Deepak Prasad Subedi, as a token of our appreciation and respect. May I now request our respected colleagues, Professors Santilata Champati, to felicitate our eminent speaker, Dr. Amar Prasad Mishra, as a token of our gratitude. request our respected colleague Dr. Vibhakar Kodam Singh sir to felicitate our honorable speaker Professor Pradyumna Kumar Sahu as a token of our appreciation and respect.
So may I request Dr. Anuradha Sahu, and she will felicitate Dr. Sachin Kumar. Sir, please come to the desk. Okay, so I am requesting all the invited speakers and those are here a photograph. Bora sir.
Or might be 9:30.
So I am inviting all the speakers. Please come to the dais for a photograph. So after this, then the tea is waiting for you in the third floor of this building. So after this, within 2 or 3 minutes, you move to the E block for parallel registration.
There will get everything on the schedule part as well as everything in the record of all. AMSE.c.
It's in the third floor.
Go to the download section, the schedule will be there.
No, you
No, anyone. If you have any paper, research paper, if it is left corrected. Some are students, though it's in campus, so students are allowed, no doubt. But if you are outsider, so you have to register. That is what the concept of international conference is.
Now I request all participants and the delegates, please join with the speaker for a group photograph and all the participants also. tea break. And after the tea break, please all of you proceed to E block 5th floor. All the participants, please go to the room, whatever it is assigned to you all. Generally the 5th floor, 501, 506, 9, 552, like this.
अभी तो आज हो गया खत्म फाइनली कल वो लोग लेके आएंगे बोल रहे हैं देखते हैं क्या करते हैं
ठीक है मैं तो साथ साथ फोन कर जाए एंड स्ट्रीम करना होगा तो अभी एंड हो जाएगा
मैं मैसेज कर रहा हूँ बस एक प्रूफ चाहिए एक म्यूजिक प्राइवेटाइजेशन हो रहा है ना हर रूम में स्पीकर का सब वो प्राइवेटाइजेशन लिखा होगा
एंड स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ ना, एंड स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, स्ट्रीम एंडेड।